council actually started at 5 p.m. on closed sessions. We interviewed, it was very exciting. We had 17 applicants for our Economic Development Advisory, and we're going to be announcing the appointments shortly into the meeting here, but that's why we're running a little late here in doing those interviews. So thank you. So with that, I would like to call to order our City Council meeting of February 8th, 2010. I believe we have a Boy Scouts group here that will start it off here.
Color guard, front center.
Yeah, okay.
Color guard, please prepare to present the colors. Color guard, advance. Lions, please rise. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Color guard, post the colors. Color guard, retreat. Thank you.
So don't go too far there, Boy Scouts. Come on up. We have a little proclamation we'd like to do. Please, come on up.
Would this be 18 points?
Changing your orders. That's all right.
What the hell does that mean?
And thank you very much.
I'll just put it in public
Today is a very special day in San Carlos and actually the rest of the United States. It's the 100th anniversary, the actual day of the Boy Scouts. And I heard that they, thank you very much. I heard they actually had quite some activities in Washington, D.C. today. And we're ending it on the West Coast with the grand finale here in San Carlos with the proclamation. But I would like to read the whole thing because there's no paragraph we want to leave out except maybe the one with my name on it, but the others I don't want to leave out. Whereas the Boy Scouts of America was founded on February 8, 1910 by William D. Boyce and chartered by Congress in 1916. Boy Scouts of America is a character-building organization comprising of young men who are seeking to prepare themselves as better leaders and citizens for tomorrow by developing those traits and strengths of character of all people. Whereas the mission of the Boy Scouts of America to prepare the people to make ethical and moral choices over their lifetime by instilling in them the values of the Scout Oath and Law. And Scouts plays a vital force in the lives of many hundreds of boys in the city of San Carlos who are guided by a great many adult volunteers who have given generously of their time and their talents. Whereas the Pacific Skyline Council delivers scouting programs, developing character, citizenship, fitness, leadership skills to the youth in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties. Therefore, it's proclaimed that I, Randy Royce, Mayor of San Carlos, hereby commend the Boy Scouts of America upon its 100th anniversary at City Council of the City of San Carlos recognize the contributions of citizenship, the service that scouting brings to this and to the city here. Thank you all. You should be very, very proud of what you do. Thank you. I'll give that to you. And you take that back. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, item number 2, are there any changes to the order of the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move item 6A to this point now. Oh, you just did that, I'm sorry.
Good, but we could move it.
No.
That'd be great. Now it's moved.
Mr. Mayor, I have one suggestion, and I'm wondering, would it be smart to move 11A to last? So we could go, so the people who are here for 11B and 11C, we can get them done quickly, and then move on to the item agenda that I think everyone's here for.
Well, we have a lot of people here for 11A. I'd rather try to get that one done.
Okay? Let's
I don't
just a
think the
suggestion.
other two will be council in agreement with that.
Yeah, leave it.
Yeah, I think with so many people, I'd like to try to get them out as early as possible, even though it may be a late hour. It will be as early as possible. Okay.
Okay.
Any other recommended changes? Thank you. Okay, report from closed sessions. City Attorney, Mr. Rubens?
No reportable items, direction given.
Great, thank you. Item 4, this is just a chance for our council to communicate and announcements. Mr. Grocott?
I have a number of things I wanted to report on. I'll segue off of what was just presented. I went to a Boy Scouts, Eagle Scout Court of Honor for James Smith, who did a project at St. Charles Church. And I also wanted to point out with the troop that was out here, 321, I asked actually the week before, or 2 weeks before, I'd been to another where Richard Crone, his son, also was given Kenny Crone was given an Eagle Scout Award. And so I asked the one of the leaders of the troop, what our percentage of scouts who get Eagle Scouts awards are, or that achieve that level. And he did say it's a high percentage relative to what the percentage is nationwide. So I just wanted to congratulate our Troop 321 and their leadership and their participation because they do produce, like I say, they're over the top on producing Eagle Scouts, which is a challenging thing to get to that point in scouting. I also attended another community building event, you might say, another good group that helps our youth in their growth and development and maturity, and that's 4-H. I did go to an event at the Crystal Springs Methodist Church on Saturday to act as a judge with a number of other council members from the area, judging some 4-H projects. And those are the Scouts and 4-H, two very worthwhile youth organizations that we have here in this community. Some other things that I attended, I'm sticking to a community type event. I went to our neighboring city, Jack Christ, the city manager of Belmont. I went to his retirement party on Friday evening, and it was a very moving event to see how much that town loved Jack and the good job that he did during the years that he was there, the good years of service that he put in. It was very, very fun, but very sad type of evening to see him leave the service at Belmont as their city manager. Attended a BPAC meeting, and we will see some BPAC projects being funded this year, although there's not a lot of money. And because of the funding source for the BPAC projects, there's going to be a $250,000 minimum and a $500,000 maximum. And if the action that BPAC took, at least, is approved by CCAG, which will be in the next week, then our city engineer, public works director, can be watching for invitations to put forth a bid for a project. But the good news is that we will see some activity in that area this year. I also attended a library JPA meeting, taking the place of Mr. Royce here, who had previously served on that. And they shared with us that they are having a budget shortfall of $1.1 million this year, and they're going to make that up by they have some healthy reserves. They've done a very good job of building their reserves over the year, so they see weathering the storm partially with their reserves. But they're going to be having some staff meetings and looking at how to bring their costs down, how to introduce some new efficiencies and that sort of thing. But they do see themselves as being able to weather that storm. And then The last thing that I attended, I sat in on a fire department meeting for Belmont San Carlos Fire Department, and it was nice to see the board approve a $750,000 grant from FEMA for the department to buy a new truck, a ladder truck, and they're going to be doing that. It looks like within the year. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Griselli?
I don't have as many.
Busy guy this last
Let's
week.
see. When do you sleep? But I just had to report one thing. Wednesday, I'll be going up to Sacramento as a representative of the City and County Association of Governments, which is a group of all the 20 cities in San Mateo County as well as the county, with 2 or 3 other council members from other cities to speak to our elected state officials, Assemblyman Ruskin, Assemblyman Hill, Assemblywoman, Fiona Ma, who represents part of the Northern District, and Senator Simidian, at least those 4, to make sure that they understand, if they don't already, the difficulty that the cities and the county are in, and that we need the state to support us, not to, should we say, balance the budget on our backs. So I just wanted to report that we're going to go up there and see what we can talk to those folks and see if we can make some headway.
Thank you. Mr. Klein?
Yeah, I had a couple. Councilman Grocott already said the one I was going to mention about the fire department receiving that grant, so I won't go into that. And then the second one is, I had a meeting with the chief of fire today. As you all know, on the council, the Belmont City Council rejected the proposal for the funding formula change. It was unanimous 4-0 with 1 member being absent. So I spoke to the chief today, and on the agenda at the next fire board meeting, we will be discussing the funding formula again. And as this council has recommended for us, possibly having a conversation about regionalism. So that's it.
Great. Mr. Mott?
Mr. Mayor, 2 quick items. One is I will be actually going to Washington as a representative of Samtrans and the Caltrain board. This will be in March. There is an American, I got to get this right, the Association of Public Transit Agencies, it's an association of associations or something like
American
that.
Public Transit Association.
Thank you. I'm going there. But they've got a whole goat rodeo of meetings for me to go to. So one of the things that is interesting is that this is a regional board that I sit on, and looking forward to making certain that San Carlos needs are heard. But this will be in mid-March. It doesn't conflict with a city council week, but I'll be in D.C. The other thing is, Mr. Mayor, is a request for, at the earliest possible convenience, I would like to have agendized a discussion of previous data that we've gone through with regards to fire department opportunities, alternatives, what can we do? I know that there was significant work done by this council with 3 of us not on the council. I would like to go back through this, and I think we owe it to the citizens to say that we have seen the data, we've gone through it, and can at least validate the results or start to do some more investigation.
Yeah, I think I could really encourage and support keeping the rest of council informed of that activity. Everybody in agreement with that? We do that? Okay, we'll put that on. Thank you. Well, I'm the lucky guy. I get to stay around town all month. I don't plan to go anywhere. And actually, there are a couple activities. One is a crab feed at our adult community center, sponsored by the Friends of the Senior Center on February 28th. You could go to the website, find out more about that, or call Park and Rec. And also, our children's theater has a play starting, The Comic Book Artist. That's the opening night is February 26th. That runs about a week's time. Again, I think going out to the website or asking around, you could find out more about that. And last, again, we had interviews that started a couple hours ago. We were very fortunate, like I said, to have not only the number of people, but very, very qualified people. We're finding there's a lot of bright, energetic people in town that want to give. And we are making appointments this evening to the 1-year term filling a seat. We have Keith Tabacki will be filling that seat.
For what?
For the Economic Development Advisory Committee. Thank you, Mr. Griselli. And the 2 3-year seats for the same organization, we have Ron Collins and Thomas Knutson. So congratulations to those people, and thank you for all that made the effort and applied, and we hope to see you again. There are plenty of opportunities in San Carlos to help out. Well, thank you. Okay. Moving on to item 5A, consideration of reappointing Connie Barton Barber to the Economic Development Advisory Committee to a 3-year term ending January 30th, 2013.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Well, I mentioned to you, Mayor Royce, that and we talked about March 2nd, the strategic retreat, for us to discuss how we appoint members to various commissions, because I feel that it's a pretty quick process and maybe
Okay.
we could do a better job. But that's it. It has nothing to do with this one.
Sure. And I recommend maybe at our offsite every month, strategic planning,
Yeah.
we could bring that up. Okay, we have a first, second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Good. Connie, wherever you are, congratulations. Oh,
Right in front.
please,
Go Gators.
please stand up. You do so much for our city. Please, we'd like to recognize you. Plus, I like your name a lot. It's a great name. Okay. And now we have two more
One more.
proclamations, I believe. Oh, one.
You already
Wait.
did the other one.
Oh, one. I'm sorry. One for two companies, though. Mr. Moore, you want to give us a little overview first?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Royce and members of the council. As you know, from time to time, we come before the council to present awards to businesses in San Carlos who are designated as certified green businesses in the Bay Area. Tonight, I'm proud to say we have two more businesses joining that group, numbers 22 and 23. And so I'd ask Kevin Clay from Rain Real Estate Services and Phil Kotzen from Kotzen Chiropractic to join the mayor and accept their awards.
Help me out by holding those. And I'll read off of these. You guys draw quite a crowd here. For green, you know, we've never had this many for green, but these are businesses, we're up to 23, the most of any city. These are businesses that make the commitment to reduce their waste, do a very active program of recycling, energy and water conservation, and really going through the business and making the right choices for San Carlos Green here for our, this. And I have actually from the state of California. This is from Senator Joe Siminian to Rain Financial Service, being recognized by the city of San Carlos be a certified green business. And the other one from Assemblyman Ira Ruskin. I notice the paper's getting a little thinner. I think they're finally listening to us. That's good. To Rain Financial Services in honor of your commitment in promoting the environmental by operating your business environmentally friendly manner and for your certification as a San Carlos Green business. Kevin, congratulations very much. Come over here. Just stay here. Just stay here. And the next, I'm not going to do all the reading, but we save the best for last, right? This is Kotzan Chiropractic. Oh, help me out here a little bit. But again, from Senator Joe Siminian and Ira Ruskin, we appreciate the commitment that you and your company and have made, and make sure you tell all your patients that come in what you've done. You should be very proud. Thank you very, very much. Okay, moving on to item 7 is public comment. This is general public comment, I would call. This is for items that are not on this evening's agenda. People are able to get and speak. We have 2 minutes we'd like to do. And we have quite a stack of cards. And in the spirit of trying to get to, I believe a lot of people are here for E11A, I am going to use our policy. We'll take 5 speaker cards. I've asked the vice mayor to kind of randomly choose 5, and then we'll move the others to the end of the meeting. So please stick around, and you're welcome to speak at the end of the meeting or the next meeting. So I'll list all 5. We could go in this order. Pat Bell, you could approach the microphone. Laura Peterhans, Paul Argan, Rosemary Gudamachi, and Elaine Schweimer. If you could all kind of, in that order, get ready, and welcome. Pat, what would you like to speak on?
Pat Bell, San Carlos. A general comment about fiscal responsibility. To just urge you to watch every penny and not spend it recklessly. I'd also like to point out that Mr. Grocott mentioned a possible grant coming up for Public Works to apply for. Public Works has done very, very well with grants since Mr. Weil took over, and I think that's worth noticing, that he has gotten grant after grant after grant to do various things around town, and he should be congratulated and thanked for bringing the money in.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Laura? Thank you.
I don't think it's appropriate for me to speak at this time because I'm actually speaking on behalf of one of the items on the agenda, the below market rate policy.
Okay, yeah, so just we'll move your card to that item. Okay, thank you. Paul? Okay. And if you could introduce yourself and the mic, so for record keeping, thank you.
Yes, my name is Paul Agronin. I've been a San Carlos resident for 8 years, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the San Carlos Adult Center, the Senior Center. I know the Park and Recreation Department is very challenged now to provide services to all of San Carlos within the limits of a constrained budget. But I know there's consideration of closing the youth center and using the adult community center for some of the services that the youth center provides. I'd like to bring the attention of the council that any impact into the services that the adult center provides would seriously impair, I think, the welfare of some of our seniors and adults. I know one particular program that I and my wife are involved in is a Fit and Be Fit program, which we provide Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays in the morning. And there's talk about using the room that we use the center in for the children. And I'm not sure that's adequate. The room is carpeted. I think those children could use a room that's not carpeted. I know there's no outside space around the center for the children to go out and play. And if indeed it does become advisable to close the youth center, perhaps some of the local churches or something could step up and provide services. We wouldn't have to impact the senior center. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Rosemary? Welcome.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Rosemary Guatemaki, and I've been a San Carlos resident for 40 years. I'm concerned about the center, the adult community center. We hear a lot of rumors about budget concerns, and I know that we're very short of money at this time. But my concern is we don't have any real facts or figures to work on to be proactive. At the center, people that I've spoken to are extremely concerned and ready to do anything possible within their limits to assist the center to stay open. And I think the same thing probably is applicable to the youth center. The problem that I have is I have no figures, no facts to work on. And I'm wondering, is there some way that we could get something concrete showing a shortfall and how much we are short, what kind of arrears we're in, how serious the situation is, so that we can be proactive in helping resolve or solve the situation to the best of our ability. We would like to be active and to be as informed as possible, and I feel that we are not at this point. That's all I have to say, and thank
Okay.
you very much.
Yeah, if I could just give you a short response. Budget will begin starting to go to council in about 2 months from now. Generally, we more of an April, May timeframe. We get budget finalized in June for our July 1st, 2010 start of the fiscal year. All those financial data, everything that council sees is public documents. Those will be available on the web. Park and Rec had a meeting on Wednesday of last week. All the information they get, which wasn't financial, but their documents and letters, again, were on the web and are available. If you don't have access to the web, come in City Hall. We'll get you set up. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I think with this information, we could intelligently move on then. Thank you.
Thank you. And Elaine, please.
Mr. Mayor?
And if I could just add one more thing. Yeah, get a fifth one. We had one person that's going to speak later. So Luke Ford, if you could be our fifth public comment, you're welcome to come up.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, please.
Just very quickly, I know folks are holding up signs. I'll just ask the one gentleman, be careful, you've got a camera behind you. So hold up your sign, enjoy it. Please don't block the camera.
Great. Thank you.
My name is Elaine Schwimmer,
Elaine.
and I'm a former teacher. I was director of a preschool for children 3 to 5 years of age. We were told by our director of the senior center that they're going to use that chestnut room for the 3 to 5 year olds. As a former teacher, that is an inadequate room for young children. They're not even socialized. I can see blocks going through the window. Children, some of them aren't even toilet trained. They could have accidents on the carpet. It's just an inappropriate room for those young children. And I really object to this. And I hope that you'll find another place for these young children. There's no outdoor play equipment, and the toilets and the sinks aren't low enough for these little kids. They'd have to use stools. It's just not appropriate. It's a senior center.
Great.
That's all I have to say.
Great. Thank you very much for coming in and sharing your thoughts. Again, if we could, the applause and anything else to get through the meeting, I think we'll save a lot of time if we could reserve most of that, okay? And Luke, our last public speaker, is Luke here? Luke Ford? Yeah. Going, gone. Luke? Okay.
I think that's him right there, Mayor Royce.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, Luke, yeah, come on up. Tell us what you're thinking about. Hi, welcome.
I'm going in for Luke Ford. My name is Max Holmes.
Point of order.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, you're not Luke Ford,
No,
Oh, I'm sorry.
so it's a point
I'm
of order.
calling for Luke Ford.
no,
Is
he's
he
not
available?
coming. He's not going to.
Yeah,
Okay, well, I'm calling Luke Ford, is where I got a speaker slip from. I'm sorry. But you could speak at the end of the meeting or our next meeting. Please come, okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay.
you want to pull a different one? Yeah, that's a point of order, you can't. You want to just flip out the next one?
What's that? Put that one. So let's get Nancy Groden, I believe. Nancy?
He's another young guy, and he's kind of feeling uncomfortable to speak, so he was hoping his friend could speak on behalf of him.
On behalf of Luke, okay. Come on up then, I'm sorry. Come on up. Thank you very much for explaining that.
And we're done with it.
Okay.
Hello, San Carlos. I'd just like to tell you what you're about to do from my point of view. I love Crestview Park, and a lot of my childhood memories will be there, or will be from there. I played football there every day last week and practiced basketball on the great courts, and above all, got the exercise I really needed. It's not just me who will be missing that, but the walkers, the soccer players, the little toddlers new to San Carlos who are making memories of their own will all be deprived of San Carlos. This is great parks and recreation facilities, such as the youth center. All I wanted to do was express my opinion, and I think I've made my point. Thank you for your time, and I hope you considered my speech.
Okay, thank you very, very much.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order. So who actually spoke? Thank you. We need that for the record.
Thank you very much. Okay, item, moving on to number 8. We have approval of the consent calendar. These are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless members of the council, staff, or the public request specific items to be removed for separate action.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor, before we do that, I'm sorry, they jumped the gun on me. I wanted to,
Okay, yeah.
I wanted to pull item D and item E.
D and E.
D and E, okay. Okay, so we are moving items D and E. We'll move that to the end of the agenda for discussion D and E.
So, Mr. Mayor, with that, then I move to approve the consent calendar items A through C.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, good, thank you. Okay, reports to council. Mr. Weiss, do we have any reports? I
We have no additional reports.
Great, thank you. Okay, under public hearing, we have 2 items. Our first one will be talking about the below market rate housing. We refer to this a lot as BMR. And the second item is a program to provide commercial and residential financing for energy and water efficiency. That's item B. But first, let's go back to A. So item is the consideration of all comments, people interested and concerned with the proposed amendments in Chapter 18.200 below market rate housing program, including the addition of Section 18.204 affordable housing incentives. This was continued from our last meeting of January 25th. Mr. Sawicki, staff report. And again, this is 10A we are on right now.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Mark Sawicki, Economic Development and Housing Manager. These 2 public hearing agenda items are interrelated. The first is a proposed revision of the BMR ordinance, which we presented in a study session on January 11th and are returning tonight for consideration of adoption as part of a public hearing. The proposed ordinance refers to 2 fees to be adopted by separate resolution. One is an in lieu fee that replaces the existing partial in lieu fee in the existing ordinance, and the other is an affordable housing impact fee that applies in certain circumstances, which we will describe later. But first, let's tackle the modified BMR ordinance. Sorry. 4 weeks ago, we presented the following modifications proposed for the BMR ordinance. They included making our definitions consistent with state laws, particularly the state density bonus law and how we would comply with that. Income level targeting revisions. Right now we have a 15% inclusionary, and it's basically broken down between very low and low. So we were proposing making changes on the for sale side to a higher ratio of moderate and low, and on the rental side to a very low and low mix. In lieu fees as an alternative option. The current ordinance does not allow for in lieu fees when a unit is required. That's something that we wanted a little more flexibility regarding. Other alternatives for compliance, off-site units, allowing rentals for sales, et cetera. More flexibility in order to gain the housing than our current ordinance. BMR unit standards. The BMR units could be of lesser finish, but still of high quality. And then lastly, the applicability of single-family development in the ordinance. When this item came up through the Ad Hoc Housing Task Force and the EDAC, none of these items, all of these items had a consensus. When it made it to the Planning Commission offered an alternative option, which would be to exclude single-family development from having to pay any fees towards affordable housing. That was not something that the EDAC supported, and when we brought this in the study session, 4 council members indicated their support for retaining an impact fee for single-family development and additions greater than 1,000 square feet. That was the recommendation of EDAC. I'd be happy to elaborate on any of these changes, but I think we covered them extensively at the study session, but I'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have. And if not, you may wish to consider adoption of the ordinance after opening and closing public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Start on this side. Andy? Any questions of staff, and then we'll take
No, this is
comments. Any
seen this
questions?
a couple times. I'm fine.
Questions? Any questions? Mr. Grocott?
Yeah, just quick on item G there, the recommendation of the Planning Commission was what?
The recommendation of the Planning Commission was to exclude single-family development completely from the ordinance, so there would be no fee paid. Under the existing ordinance, that any single-family development or actually any addition to a single-family residence that increases the floor area by more than 25% would pay a partial unit fee. EDAC's recommendation was to increase the exclusion for additions up to 1,000 square feet. So not until you build an addition greater than 1,000 square feet would you pay a partial fee.
How did they come
And
up-
any single development would also pay a partial fee.
Can you tell the council how they came up with that number of 1,000 square feet?
It was consistent with other requirements and exemptions. In particular, there's another exemption in the ordinance where 1,000 square feet was the cutoff, so it seemed reasonable. Another determination was, size of another small house. Once you're going over 1,000 square feet, that's the equivalent of a small house. So at that point, you should probably be contributing towards affordable housing.
Thank you.
Okay, I have 3 speaker cards. Public would like to speak on this agenda item 10A. Laura Peterhans, Pat Bell, and Bonnie McClure. So, Laura, like to share your thoughts? Oh, thank you. Yeah, you're back. Right.
Good evening, Councilman. My name is Laura Peter-Hans, a volunteer representing Peninsula Interfaith Action, which is a coalition of 32 churches in San Mateo County and northern Santa Clara County. Our offices are located on Arroyo Avenue in the city. We are in support of resolution number 2009-007 with its amendments to the below market rate housing program and the addition of 18.204 affordable housing incentives, especially the flexible parking standards and unit standard, which incentivize developers to produce units rather than new lieu fees. I would like to emphasize that the in lieu fees in the past have assisted nonprofits in developing affordable housing. To highlight 2 examples, your city's membership in contributing to the administration fees of HEART, Housing Endowment and Regional Trust, has resulted thus far in over 660 units of affordable houses in this county, and for that we applaud you. Locally, the development of San Carlos Elms for low-income senior citizens has also helped to fill an ongoing need. Peninsula Interfaith Action also commends the Planning Commission and the city for the research and for approving the resolutions amending housing in lieu fees and establishing an affordable housing impact fee, thus protecting your historic current below-market rate programs and taking into consideration the Palmer decision in Los Angeles. The Nexus study strongly supports this, and I quote, "The development of new residential housing units in San Carlos through consumer spending of the purchasers of said housing generates a need for affordable housing units in excess of the revised city ordinance. See the appendix in the Nexus study on page 18. Thank you for your city's efforts to meet your local and our regional affordable housing needs by a carefully researched BMR policies, which I urge you to support. Thank you."
Great, thank you very much. Ms. Bell?
Pat Bell, San Carlos. I served on the task force that worked on this, and I just want you to know that it was a very diverse group. We had a couple of developers, we had an architect for Habitat for Humanity, and we tried to balance. San Carlos has been known as a place where developers shy away from because of our BMR ordinance, and we tried to balance making it more attractive to developers and still providing below market rate housing. That it was a good group. They worked very hard. Mark and Stephanie deserve our thanks for their hard work during the summer doing this. And I urge you to pass it. I think a lot of thought went into it, and it's kind of a better balance than we had before. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pat. And Bonnie McClure. Hi, Bonnie. Welcome. Thank you.
Bonnie McClure, San Carlos. I was a member of the Ad Hoc Housing Committee, and we did work diligently on the BMR ordinance. And I want to also commend the two prior speakers for their remarks. I wanted particularly to bring your attention to item G. I think it's very, very fair, and I hope that you will be sure to make it applicable to residential additions and remodels. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak on this item 10? Where am I? 10A.
Mr. Mayor, move to close public hearing.
Second.
And also thank the ad hoc committee for all their hard work.
Okay, great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. And just to clarify to council, we have actually two items, two resolutions here. One's right behind the other on this item. Are you going to, Mark, talk a little more about the second item too?
Mm-hmm.
So should we, okay. And we'll vote both on both at the same time. Go ahead.
I don't think we're going to vote on both at the same time, but
Over two resolutions.
well, there's the ordinance first and then the two resolutions. Yeah, so two different votes, I think.
The modified ordinance removes the existing partial unit fee and replaces it with two fees that apply in different circumstances. One of them is an in lieu fee, and the other is an affordable housing impact fee. But first, let's talk about what was in the, I guess now, the past ordinance. Just for reference, so you can see how the old fee worked and how the new fees would work. Under the previously existing partial unit fee, 1 unit of development had to pay a fee of 1% of the valuation. From 2 to 6 units, you paid 2% of the valuation. At 7 units, you were required to provide that 1 BMR unit, and you could not pay an in lieu fee. As you move up in size of a development, you still pay a partial fee until you get to the next rounding of 0.5, in which case you need to provide another unit. But in all cases, you would pay for the fraction another 2% of the incremental valuation. The proposed housing in lieu fee applies in the following situations: single-family projects that create an additional lot, a multifamily project with ownership or rental under a condo map or a subdivision map. Anytime you have more than, once you get to 7 units, there's an option to pay the fee rather than providing the unit, but it's at staff's discretion, and only if you can demonstrate that it's infeasible to include the unit. If you have 2 to 6 new units, you'll pay that partial fee. It will be a fraction of the full unit fee. And then any decimal fraction. So it's very similar to the existing ordinance, but the dollars have changed a little bit. The affordable housing impact fee applies to multifamily rental projects that do not have a condo map. And this is actually in response to the Palmer case, where it was declared that you could not require affordable rental units when a new project is developed unless there's an agreement with the developer to do so, in a case where you're providing them funding for those units or for other reasons that the developer might want to provide them. It also applies to single-family projects of new construction of 1 unit or the additions of 1,000 square feet or more. They would pay that partial fee. The fees were based on a nexus study that first determined the impacts of new residential development on the need for affordable housing. The conclusion was that every 100 units of market rate residential resulted in a need for more than 15% of affordable units, the costs of which would average up to $60 per square foot on the new market rate units. However, we've used the funding gap basis to determine the average cost to produce varying levels of affordable units, and that funding gap, which is the difference between development cost and the valuation of that BMR unit, is much less than what our original Nexus showed that we could actually apply. The proposed fees are more in the range of $20 to $28 per square foot. In addition, we significantly reduced the fee for one or few units and gradually increased it to the full amount as you got closer to the 7-unit range where you were required to provide that unit, so that a developer would be indifferent to paying the fee or providing the unit at the point when they would be required to provide a unit. As an example, the housing in lieu fees, for ownership developments of 2 units or more, the fee for a 2-unit project would be only slightly greater than what it would have been under the previous ordinance. However, when you get up to the 6-unit and 7-unit range, it's now the proposed ordinance being on the right side. It's much closer to the cost of actually producing that BMR unit. So the developer at 7 units would be indifferent, pay the fee or provide the unit, unless the circumstances of their project made the fee larger or smaller than the cost of providing the unit. For the affordable housing impact fee, where that applies, the table is similar again. The first unit fee is only slightly higher than the existing ordinance, but by the 6-unit level, a developer would be somewhat indifferent with the cost of providing the unit. Actually, that second number for 6 units should be $37,500, I believe, similar to the prior table. If you have any further questions or want more background on the Nexus study or how the fees were calculated, we have our consultant here who provided us with that analysis, if you'd like them to talk about it, or I could answer any questions. And if there aren't questions, then what's before you is an adoption of 2 different resolutions for the 2 different fees.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Anyone? Any questions? Okay. So I would like to ask if there's any public comment on 10A1, which is the fee itself. Would anybody like to speak on 10A1? Public comment? Oh, come on up. You're it. Chris Worthman, please.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Chris Worthman, San Carlos resident. I'm also a multifamily residential developer. I was also on the Citizen Advisory Ad Hoc Committee that helped staff work through this, and I would like to add my compliments to staff on their tremendous work on this. I voted for the ordinance. I'm not here to speak against it. Just a highlighting comment and a question. The comment is that it is the in lieu fees, the proposed in lieu fees are large. It's commonly assumed that that this comes out of developer profits in a period when there are negligible or no developer profits, and who knows how long that will exist. The question becomes, since it does take money to subsidize and support affordable housing, where does that come from? I just wanted to highlight and read 2 sentences from the Nexus report. One is, in addition, it may be expected that the land costs for future residential development in the city should adjust to reflect the revised BMR ordinance requirements. What is that land cost adjustment that will be required? What does that mean? Here's the second sentence from a different section of the Nexus report. With adoption of the revised BMR ordinance, as the current down market conditions improve, the cost of land will not likely return to previous levels without consideration of the BMR unit requirements by buyers and sellers of land, which is to say that land may already have done so and may stay adjusted downward as a result of our social decision to help provide affordable housing. I happen to believe that that is a correct social decision, but that's something we should recognize. That's another way that we as a society are deciding to help pay for quality of life. That's my highlighting comment. My one question is, it's projected in here that or proposed that the in lieu fee for 50 for sale units would be about $1.6 million. The fee for 50 rentals would be about $1.7 million. Rentals are actually worth less than condos. So a clarifying question, why should the in lieu fee for rentals be higher for less valuable units? Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. You want to take that on, Mark?
The rental fee is slightly higher for, one key reason is that on the rental side, we're seeking to target very low and low income, and on the for sale side, we're targeting moderate and low. We're striking that balance. Part of that balance, part of the reason that we're doing the deeper affordability on the rentals is because that gap is smaller for the rentals than it is on the condo side between the sale price and the BMR price. The other reason is that you can attract different sources of funding for rentals more so than you can do for the condos. State financing, federal tax credits, and the like. It's also where we intend to direct our affordable housing dollars from the RDA Housing Fund and from the in lieu fee fund. We would be providing those dollars to help fund the very low units in the rentals. So, but they're actually fairly similar. But it's the way the numbers work out because of where we're targeting our needs.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Council. Discussion? Motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move, is this the ordinance that, mine's
The first
funky
one's-
formatted, but is this the one?
We'll just get our starting copy.
You could just read this, I think. Is this the one?
No, that's the resolution. Do we want to do the resolution or the ordinance?
Ordinance first.
Ordinance first. Okay, so.
Ordinance first.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move introduction of ordinance number
1417.
An ordinance of the City Council modifying the San Carlos Municipal Code Chapter 18.200 below market rate housing program and adding San Carlos Municipal Code Chapter 18.204 affordable housing initiatives.
Second.
I think, through the chair, affordable housing incentives?
That's what I got here.
You said initiatives, I think, Mr.
Sorry.
Ahmad. I apologize.
Please correct as incentives.
Second.
Okay, have a motion and second.
So, Mr. Mayor, just...
Any discussion?
Yeah, a little bit there.
Burkott?
On this ordinance and the work that went into it, while I appreciate the direction it has taken and the direction it's going from where it was, I think it's a far better ordinance than what we had. However, especially with the issue of single-family housing and charging people who choose to remodel their house, add on and so forth, and having them pay into this fund, I do not think is fair or the right thing to do. And so because of that, I'm going to be voting against both items here tonight. We have, still, even years since this housing was built, the housing that was built right after World War II, we've got a lot of homes in San Carlos still that are undersized for the families that buy them, and people buy them even in this market with every intent of adding on to them. And you're looking at families who work hard to, first of all, buy into this community, and number two, remodel a home to make it a home that they can live in by modern standards in this community. And it's not easy to do. And we're in a market right now where for people to continue to do that is even more difficult. I'm in the business. I see it every day. I don't think it's fair to surprise people when they start their project or get somewhere during the process and say to them, oh, by the way, because you've decided to add more than 1,000 square feet, you're going to have to pay this fee, and you're going to have to figure that into your budget. People, and in this town, we have a number of fees like that. We have park impact fees and other fees that come into play. And it's difficult to give people a heads up on all those things. But bottom line is I don't think it's fair to do, and therefore I'll be voting against both measures.
Appreciate your thoughts there. Mr. Grocott, any other thoughts?
Well, I take the opposite side. This is pretty much the conversation we had 2 weeks ago. It is a social good. We want for our teachers and our police officers and our firefighters to live in town. We want the people who provide for our community to live in our town, and unfortunately they don't make enough for a lot of them to live in our town. So to burden only the developers, only new development with this cost, I don't think that's okay because it benefits all. It benefits the families and everyone else when your teachers can live down the street, when your teachers are a part of your community and they're not coming in from Tracy, So I think this is a responsibility of all, so I'm perfectly okay with everyone sharing the cost.
Mr. Mayor, I'll simply echo that point with the notion that this is not a novel idea, nor is this something so far out that only San Carlos came up with. This, to some extent, brings our BMR ordinance into compliance and into corresponding record with virtually every other community on the peninsula. So it's not unusual. And I'm happy to support this. This is the right thing to do. Part of our job on City Council is the general welfare. And when folks simply can't afford to live here and we need them here, this is something we need to do. With that, I'll yield.
Call the question.
Okay, call the question. Roll call.
Councilmember Mod?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move adoption of resolution number.
2010, number 9.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me withdraw that. There were two resolutions, which
You want this one first?
we're going to do. I'm looking for clarification. We got to do both resolutions? Thank you. Okay. So moving adoption of resolution number
9 and 10.
9 and 10, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos authorizing amendments to housing and lieu fees, and resolution 10, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos establishing an affordable housing impact fee.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, first and second, roll call.
Councilmember Mod?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
Yes. Okay, moving on to 10B. Consideration of resolutions of appropriations of $12,500 to enable City of San Carlos to join the California First program to provide residential and business property owners with energy and water efficiency financing. Mr. Moore?
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Last year, the state of California passed the Clean Energy Municipal Financing Law, AB 811, and a companion bill, AB 474. These bills allow residential and commercial property owners to finance energy efficiency and renewable energy projects that are permanently affixed to their property and reduce the energy consumption in their homes and businesses. A new program that was sponsored by a group called California Communities. The council will recall the city joined California Communities recently as part of the Prop 1A financing project. This is a group made up of all 58 counties in the state, as well as most of the cities in California. And this group is sponsoring this program called California First. Some of the items that can be financed are things such as wall and roof insulation, energy efficient windows, water heaters, photovoltaic systems, low flow toilets, etc. It's worth noting that 30 to 35% of the greenhouse gas and carbon footprint statewide in California is a function of energy consumed in homes and businesses. And so adoption of this program is consistent with the city's recently adopted General Plan 2030 document and also the city's Climate Action Plan. In this particular program, the cities in San Mateo County, all 20 of them, issued a preliminary letter of interest several months ago to participate in California First. And to date, 6 of the 20 cities in the county, city councils have passed this this resolution, and program. The cost to San Carlos is $12,500, which, as you can see in the staff report, is a function of a $7,500 legal invalidation fee and a $5,000 setup fee. As the staff report notes, San Carlos is one of a group of a number of cities around the Bay Area that is applying for a grant through the State Energy Commission to cover the $12,000 $500 program fee. And if the grant is successful, which staff believes that it will be later this year, there will be no net cost to the city to participate in this program. However, if the grant is not successful, the council has the option of either staying in the program and covering the startup fee or having the item brought back. So as you'll note at the end of the staff report, we're providing the council with several choices tonight. One is to appropriate the fee up front. and that way the city will participate in the program regardless of whether the grant is approved or not. The second option is to move ahead with the resolution and paperwork, but to not make the appropriation at this time and to make a decision later on. And obviously, the third choice would be to provide the staff with another direction from the council. So that's the highlights of the program. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great. Thank you. Questions?
I have a couple of questions. There's on page 3, there's a couple of areas where there's bullet points, and it uses the term may, as in today's economic environment, there may not be attractive private financing alternatives or enterprise alternatives for property owners to finance renewable energy efficiency, water efficiency improvements. Has staff looked into that? Is that very true or not true? Have we gone to any banks and asked them, what if a property owner, what if a property owner came and wanted a, small loan to, say, swap out the windows in their house, which is, can be somewhere around anywhere from a $5,000 project to, say, a $10,000 project, depending on the size of the house and so forth.
Yeah, well, most of the individuals that we've talked to in San Carlos that are anxious for the city to enter this program have primarily focused more on the solar potential, solar system in one's home than some of the smaller items. However, the way this program is structured, an individual property owner, assuming their city adopts this resolution and enters the program, could in fact finance a smaller amount. But again, my experience to date in San Carlos is most of the people who've called us on the program are focused on solar, but of course it's much broader than that.
Okay, so let's go to solar.
Sure.
Let's say somebody wanted to put in a solar system. Have you looked into, my question is, it makes a statement, in today's economic environment, there may not be attractive. Has the staff looked into that to verify that? Do we know?
The county staff has actually taken the lead on this project, not the city staff, but the county staff has indicated that they believe, given the tight lending situation with banks, that it's harder today to get loans of this type than it was, say, 2 years ago.
But we don't have anything substantial in our
County
report
staff has that sort of information, but we, again, are not taking the
Through
lead
the
on this
chair.
project.
Mr. Grocott, just offering that I actually have been talking to banks about these types of loans. It is extremely tight. I can't give you a number to say it's 40% tighter than it was 2 years ago, but it is very tight, and getting these types of loans is not a slam dunk like it was during the go-go times.
And then there's another statement here that says may, and that's the last bullet point in the middle of the page, by virtue of regional aggregation and so forth, may produce a lower borrowing cost. Have we looked at that?
Again, in our discussions with the county and also with the underwriters mentioned in the staff report, their projections are that the borrowing costs will be lower. However, this again is an optional program. No one has to participate. So obviously if a resident or business finds a better deal, they can certainly do something on their own. This is simply another choice for businesses and residents to join if they choose or not.
Thank you.
Silly. Mr. Moore, there's $12,500 for a startup or to join, so to speak. Is there any annual cost to this?
No, the program is basically going to be administered by the county and the Association of Bay Area Governments. The county received roughly $500,000 in energy efficiency, large agency funds from the state several months ago, and this is part of their use of those funds countywide. I think my take on this program, and actually you'll be seeing another program called Retrofit Bay Area at your next meeting, which is sort of the companion piece to this, is that since the county is, in my opinion, magnanimously spending $500,000 on San Carlos and all the other cities, I think we ought to take them up on that. So,
Is there any kind of an estimate of anybody thought about a time frame on this? Do they anticipate that it would last for 3 years or 5 years, or has anyone even thought about that?
I don't know off the top of my head the program life, but I believe it is a multi-year program.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Klein?
Yeah. Mr. Mora, I have two questions. One, what's the probability of them getting a grant?
From my discussions with the Association of Bay Area Governments and county staff and the state staff, the probability of getting the grant is very high, we're told.
Okay, my second question is on page 3, the third bullet point. It talks about how these loans are not due on, well, this mentions it, but the loan for this loan is not due on the sale of property. It goes with the property, right?
Correct.
So what is to stop a person from taking this loan, putting all these improvements in their house, and then selling their house a year later, so they get the benefit upon selling their house, but they don't get any cost?
I suppose that could happen, and I would imagine that under today's real estate disclosure laws, one would have to disclose to the future buyer that such a debt was on the property tax bill. I guess the other side of that would be that if someone, the argument I've heard is that if someone were to put in a solar system or other energy efficiency improvements, some in the green industry would tell you that that would make the home or the business more attractive on the sale market.
No, and that's what I'm saying. So they get the free money essentially because they're not going to pay. It's going to be a line item on their tax bill, and their home sells for higher.
Could be.
So the new homeowner just gets stuck with everything.
Well, again, I guess it's a question of is it a
Yeah,
benefit
well,
or
they
is
get
it
the
a
benefit,
cost?
They get the benefit
Yeah.
of the solar.
Yeah, no, and I understand that, but someone gets a nice little increase in their home value. But okay, that's it.
Mr. Moore, quick question. I was curious. You said you've gotten calls about this program already.
Yes.
How many folks approximately are you talking?
Oh, I would say probably 6 to 8. It hasn't been a landslide, but there was a lot of publicity last year from both the governor and from a number of legislators in both parties supporting this bill. And so there's been a lot of publicity in the Chronicle and the Mercury News about it. And so we have gotten calls going all the way back to last year when the legislation was introduced. And at that time, it was not clear to me whether or not San Carlos, from a staff and cost perspective, would even be able to offer this. So we said to people we were tracking it. We weren't sure whether we would participate or not. And that's why when we were contacted by the county and told that they were going to take the lead in this county and they were going to work through ABAG and Cal Communities, and that basically our role would be to send a letter, have the council pass a resolution, and to have this one-time fee, and that might be covered by a grant. It sounds like a great deal, and I think that explains why all 20 cities have signed up. There's no city in the county that has not expressed interest in this opportunity. A key point here, too, is obviously if a certain city does not opt into the program, the residents and businesses in that city would not be able to take advantage of the program.
And Mr. Moore, assuming I'm sorry, one quick question. Assuming the successful adoption of this program, what are the marketing aspects? Or do we have much there that's supposed to go out and publicize this?
My understanding is that there is a marketing element that would go through the Association, Bay Area governments and also through the county. One of the interesting things about the program is there is an opportunity for staff members at the different cities that work on the program with the county to recoup their salary and benefit costs. In other words, a reimbursement. To date, we have not expressed an interest in that, primarily because unlike some of the larger cities where they've added a full-time sustainability manager, we don't have that position. That's part of my portfolio of duties. So we're kind of along for the ride, if you will. So theoretically, if myself or Ms. Nelson or others were to help, we perhaps could get some salary recovery, but that's not how I'm envisioning this would work in San Carlos. But it clearly would work that way in, say, a city like Redwood City.
Understood. Mr. Mayor, just as a side note, this ordinance or this program has a cousin in Gainesville, Florida. Mr. Grocott may be familiar with this, that the city of Gainesville had sponsored these types of improvements for houses in Gainesville, but they only offered a fixed number per year. And those slots were filled and basically for the last 4 years. So there's actually a waiting list for the next 3 years for people trying to get into this program.
Right. I guess to Vice Mayor Ahmad's point, there are also programs like this in Berkeley and in Sonoma County. They were sort of the pioneers in California in doing this prior to this legislation passing. And you're right, in the case of Berkeley, the first pilot of this program was filled up in 5 minutes.
Mr. Moore, I feel left out of it and ask a question. Everybody else,
sure.
Very small. The word prepayment is used if the owner wants to pay off the assessment. Prepayments kind of had their cycles. 25 years ago went away. Now they're back. How terrible is it? Do you know the details of the prepayment?
My understanding is it's going to be a function of the amount borrowed, and I think what the folks that are working on the financing are anticipating is if someone, to Councilmember Grocott's point, is financing something relatively minor, like say window installation or something, it may be the case that they want to avoid the interest costs if it's a small couple $1,000s or something. On the other hand, if it's a solar installation like what we saw a couple years ago with the program that the city did with San Carlos Green and Solar City, where typical costs were anywhere from $15,000 to $30,000, presumably you'd want to finance that over a period of years on your tax bill.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. And let's see, do I have any speaker cards?
Nope.
I don't have any speaker cards. Anybody would like to speak on this item? On 10B. 11's coming next, I believe. 10B? No? Okay. Close. And close.
There is-
No, no. Okay. Discussion?
Well, my
Mr. Grocott?
direction on this would be more for number 2, if the grant funding comes in. Mr. Mora, said that somebody can choose to be a part of the program or not choose to be a part of the program, but that's not the case for us. We'd have to pay the $12,500 up front. Hopefully, if the grant funding doesn't come forward, then we pay that. It's not a choice thing. It's taking money out of our general fund and paying it in order to participate on behalf of some folks in town who may want to take advantage of a program like that or not. I think you can tell by my questions, I'm a little reluctant to get involved in something that the market takes care of. If somebody wants to go make an improvement to their home like this, then they can go to the bank and see if they can get a loan for it. That's the free market.
Mr. Griselli?
I would respectfully take the other tact and say this is an encouragement and money well spent, because it encourages people to go out and improve their homes in a green way, whether it's windows, as was mentioned earlier, or solar, or whatever. I know the PG&E has many programs going on where they give energy rebates for certain appliances. Obviously, it doesn't reflect to this because would be a lot less in that program. But I think this investment is, in my opinion, a nominal one relative to the benefit that could accrue with just even half a dozen people putting in solar panels. I think it would, over the long haul, would pay it back in social dollars, if not in real dollars. And I think it'd be a good program. So I'm going to be voting for alternative number 1.
Okay. Any other thinking here?
I completely
Take a
agree with
motion or
Councilman
discussion?
Grisilli. So.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to vote for alternative A. I'll move the resolution number
11.
Resolution authorizing the City of San Carlos to join the California First Program, authorizing the California Statewide Communities Development Authority to accept applications from property owners, conduct contractual assessment proceedings, and levy contractual assessments within the territory of the city, and authorizing related actions.
Second.
And just to clarify, that includes the appropriation of the $12,500, correct?
Correct.
If we don't get the grant.
Yes.
Okay.
Alternative 1.
Okay, we have first and second. Roll call?
Councilmember Mod?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
Yes. Okay. Can I hear a motion for part 2 here about the funding, Sacramento? Or,
No, there's no part.
I think
We're done.
There's
That it?
There's no part 2.
No question. Oh, okay, that's right. There is. Got it. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we are on to 11A. 11A is consider award construction contract in the amount of $1,746 and $150 to Interstate Grading and Paving, Inc. for Highlands Field renovation, synthetic turf, project C9345. Mr. Well?
Thank you,
Staff
Mayor,
report?
City Council. I'm Robert Weil, the Public Works Director and City Engineer, and I've been managing this project on behalf of the city. The city has an opportunity at this point in time to complete a project that has been planned for the past 9 years, and to do so at a considerable savings. In round numbers, the total project cost would be about $2 million versus the $2.4 million that has been budgeted for the project, a $400,000 savings. The factors that lead to this savings really are kind of unique to this period of time. We bid the project during the winter months. Contractors are usually looking for work in the winter months, so we got a good price for that basis. the general economic climate leads to contractor bids coming in low all across the board. So that was another factor. And then the fact that we chose a product that is trying to break into this market led to good pricing for us. This organic infill project hasn't been bid in a public project in the United States to date. So I know for a fact that the vendors were competing with one another to give us good prices. One of them, the one that got in there, cut their price by $100,000 just days before the bids were due. So we benefited from that. Those factors would not come into play if we rejected all bids and re-advertised, because the timing would change. Now, no general fund revenues are budgeted to this project. All of the funds to be used for this project are restricted for park capital improvements. There are 3 types of funding streams for park capital improvements, and I just want to review those briefly and the strings that are attached to them, because that's one of the key questions that's come up. There's Measure G revenues, there's the Park in lieu revenues, and there's a contribution from the Palo Alto Medical Foundation toward the project. As it turns out, no Measure G revenues need to be used for this project. Because of the favorable bids, we don't need to use Measure G funding. And that balance of Measure G funding that we have can be used for other projects. That makes sense because Measure G is the least restricted of these 3 fund sources. It can be used for improving parks, it can be used for rehabilitating parks, it can be used for putting a new roof on a building. One string that is tied to that is it needs to be used by July 2012, so we have a limited time to do that. The contribution from Palo Alto Medical Foundation, by agreement with them, may only be used for athletic field improvements. So that's somewhat specific to this. The park in lieu revenues have to be used for creating new parks or new capacity in existing parks. So that's why that's an eligible, this is an eligible project for those funds, because we'd be creating capacity that isn't there right now at Highlands. It's kind of like the BMR ordinance you saw a little while ago. It's in lieu of building a park, they're giving us fees. So the issue before the council is whether to award a construction contract to Interstate Grading and Paving in the amount of $1,746,150. Staff report discussed 2 possible issues with the bid from Interstate Grading and Paving, and both of them have been resolved. We required that all of the general contractors demonstrate their experience and qualifications. 2 of the bids were deemed non-responsive because they failed to do that. And we gave them an extra time period to prove that. They didn't, so those 2 bidders have been deemed non-responsive, and they're not to be considered. There was also a question from the competing turf supplier about the qualifications of the turf installation subcontractor for Interstate Grading and Paving, and Interstate has provided additional information, and that issue has been resolved. The legal challenge to the project is still in play. The status of that is that there is a hearing before Judge Weiner on February 25th, and the judge's decision is to be rendered within 90 days of that date. So there are 4 alternatives listed in the staff report, and staff has developed a 5th alternative, which is actually our recommendation, and I want to review those briefly. Alternative 1 would be to award the contract to Interstate tonight in the amount of $1,746,150. Alternative 2 would be to award the contract, but our bid documents allowed for a lower grade of synthetic turf that would save $27,000. The cost savings there doesn't really make much sense because the upgrade's pretty significant, makes a much better playable surface, so I wouldn't recommend that. Alternative 3 would be to defer the consideration of the bids to a future city council meeting. The bidding documents allowed the city 90 days after the bid opening to award a contract. So that means the last regular city council meeting to consider the bids would be April 19th, 2010. And alternative 4 would be to reject all bids, which would be the appropriate action if the council made a decision tonight to cancel the synthetic turf project entirely. Now, an additional alternative that we've come up with really represents the best of alternatives 1 and 3. It would take action, but not protect ourselves financially in case of adverse legal decision. And that would be to have the council award the contract tonight, but to direct staff to defer execution of the contract until the 90th day after the bids were opened. That would be April 21st. That would minimize the city's city's exposure during the legal process. Many people have brought up the significant general fund budget shortfall as a reason not to proceed with the project. And staff is obviously fully aware of that and very much considering that in our recommendation. But we recommend going forward with this project for the following reasons. One, the project uses funds that can't be used to balance the general fund. About $1 million of park in lieu fee and $1 million from the Palo Alto Medical Foundation contribution. The project can be completed now at a significant discount below the estimated costs for the reasons I discussed. Third, if other fields have to be closed due to budget cuts, this field would get even more use. And if the field has been renovated with synthetic turf, it will be able to sustain that extra use safely. And fourth, the project will have a net positive impact on the general fund. Now, I did an analysis of life cycle costs that I attached to your staff report. And when you look at the replacement cost of the synthetic turf versus the reduced operating and maintenance costs of the synthetic turf, it's about a wash. Depending on your assumptions, it comes out better by just a little bit either way. But the user fees that are currently in place for park users will generate sufficient revenue to fund the synthetic turf replacement costs. So the costs that we would save immediately on watering, reduced watering, mowing, fertilizing, and weeding are net gains to the general fund. And if the city is forced to lay off park maintenance workers, it makes sense to move to a field that requires less maintenance. So with that, that concludes my report, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Questions before we get to public comment? Any general questions?
My questions aren't for Mr. Weil, they're for Mr. Rubin, so I can wait till the end until we're done with Mr. Weil.
Okay. Mr. Rahman, any questions?
Sure. Just a couple. So, Mr. Weil, I mean, we're up here as council, and even we got a little confused about which pot of money is going to what project. So I just want to make certain that I'm getting this straight. There's the Palo Alto Medical Foundation money. That is a restricted fund for athletic fields only. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so we could probably ask staff later on why it was restricted or could it be used for something else. But from what you're telling me, if I wanted to go ahead and fund a fire truck or clean bathrooms, we couldn't do that with this money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, there's Measure G money. Measure G money, as I understand it, was a parcel tax, was out there for 10 years, people paid a parcel tax, the city matched that money. There was about $1.4 million collected for Measure G, is that correct?
I believe that's about right.
Within a percent or two?
I think it's more like 1.2, but that's basically correct.
I'm further understanding there was a project which used Measure G funds, is that correct?
Yes, that was the Burton Park Playground renovation.
So Burton Park, the playground renovations, used Measure G funds.
Right.
And approximately how much of those funds did they use?
Mr. Long, do you know the answer to that?
That's approximately $1 million.
So Measure G, give or take, has between $200,000 and $400,000 in it?
That's correct. Balance.
In the fund balance, correct. And we have until 2012 to spend that.
That is correct.
Thank you. The last is the park in lieu fee. Who pays a park in lieu fee?
Well, developers that build residential development in San Carlos. So that's been collected over the years.
Now, why would a developer pay a park in lieu fee?
They pay a park in lieu fee in lieu of building a park, instead of building a park.
So when you build something, you're supposed to build a park, but if you can't build a park, you pay into the
In
park
lieu
in lieu
fund.
fee. That is a restricted fund, is it correct?
That's correct.
How much money do we have in the park in lieu fee?
It's about $1 million, a
About
little
$1 million
over.
bucks. Okay. And again, the park in lieu fees can be used for what?
Only for adding a new park or increasing capacity in an existing park.
So again, if I wanted to clean bathrooms, I can't do that.
Definitely not.
Okay. Thank you, and I'll yield for now.
Mr. Grocott?
Yeah, I just would like to, this is probably city attorney, I think, but the language of the Palo Alto Medical Foundation agreement, is it just for fields, or what's the exact wording of that?
Well, I have it here. I can read it into the record, Councilmember Grocott. It's at section 4.5 of the development agreement. It says athletic fields within 1 week of the date of that the first installment of the designated fund amount is due to city under section 4.2A, PAMP shall pay city $1 million to be used for improving athletic facilities and fields. This contribution shall be placed in a separate capital fund managed by the city at its discretion and used for the sole purpose of improving athletic fields and facilities available to city residents. And then it goes on to talk about PAMP's intent that their contribution be recognized.
Okay, but so the exact wording is used twice, improving athletic facilities and fields, and the other time it flips it around the other way, improving or something, funding fields and athletic facilities, is that right?
Yeah, yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
I have no questions at this time.
Can I? Oh, sorry, I don't want to cut
Go
in
ahead,
front of you.
please.
Well, I was going to, since Mr. Rubens is already speaking, I was going to ask my question, or would you rather go first?
Please go.
Okay, Mr. Rubens, can you speak to the legality of overturning these funds and using them? Because I know a lot of people are going to speak on that, using them for operational costs.
Well, the in lieu funds are restricted by law, and that's well defined, and the Public Works Director states it accurately. We can't really invade those funds for any other purpose. The PAMP funds is an agreement that the city has with the Palo Alto Medical Foundation. They gave a grant to the city essentially with a promise to use it for a specific purpose, and we can't use it for any other purpose without risking those funds having to be returned back to PAMP. And on Measure G, Measure G, I've looked into what the procedure would be to deal with Measure G and change Measure G, if you will. That's been suggested. Measure G was enacted by in 1999. It was a special tax, and that means it was dedicated to a specific purpose. And in this case, it's I think it's the actual language is long-term capital improvement of parks and facilities in San Carlos. Because it was a special tax, in order to change it under the California Constitution, we would need to have put another matter before the voters that would require a 2/3 vote in order to equal and follow the special tax procedures. Special tax procedures, there's also a limitation in the code of when you can have such an election. It has to be a statewide primary election, a general election, or a general municipal election. And the way you'd get it on the ballot would be by a majority vote of the city council, but again, it would require a 2/3 vote of the public in order to change Measure G. And the changes that would probably be required in this resolution, or excuse me, this measure would be to not only provide for a different use that the council could specify, for example, maintenance of the parks has been suggested. You'd have to put that in, and you'd have to put in the measure that the monies collected and unspent would be available for that purpose.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I get this clear. Park and Luffy, by law, we can't touch it. PAMP, we would have to go back to them, which the EDAC tried in 2007, and they said no, but we'd have to go back again and ask them to, and we could risk them to say no or return it to us, or just say no.
Or they could reopen negotiation of the development agreement if that's something that was important.
And the Measure G fund, which we will not be spending tonight, would have to go before the voters for a two-third election, either in June or November, right?
That's correct.
Okay, but that is not getting spent tonight, right, Mr. Weil?
That's correct.
Okay, so the only thing that we could even have a remote opportunity of overturning would be the PAMP funds, and we would risk opening up that agreement if we asked them to change the $1 million for the second time we'd be asking.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I got.
Just to follow up, Mr.
Please.
Mr. Rubens and Mr. Mora, just because we keep talking about the PAMF developer agreement. So PAMF, the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, made a grant of $1 million, but it's tied to a developer agreement. Mr. Mora, can you, just because a lot of folks don't know what it is, what was that developer agreement, and what is it worth to the city?
The significance of the development agreement is when the Palo Alto Medical Foundation proposed putting a hospital and medical center on the 18.3-acre site on Industrial Road. At the time, it was the biggest unimproved piece of property in the community. Staff felt, and the council at the time agreed, that that property was too valuable to move from a taxable status to non-taxable. As you know, a hospital is exempt from taxes under normal circumstances. Since the property was not zoned for hospital, the city had some leverage, and so we suggested to PAMF and Sutter Health at an early stage that staff would not be recommending approval of that project unless the city was made financially whole. We spent 2 years negotiating a development agreement. There are 8 elements of that agreement. I won't go into all of that, but the bottom line is that Palo Alto Medical agreed to put $9 million into an endowment that is interest-bearing, and that the city receives a payment, whether or not the hospital is even built, which, as you know, has been delayed for several years now, of $250,000 in years 1 and 2. We're now in year 2, and $630,000 starting in year 3 with a 2.5% inflation factor thereafter. The various items in the development agreement currently are worth over $90 million over a 50-year period, looking at it from a cash basis. When we were negotiating this agreement, the staff position and ultimately the position that the Economic Development Advisory Commission took and the council at the time was that we wanted to make sure that the city was financially made whole, and obviously we have 2 council members who were on the council at the time. I'm sure you'll recall the discussion that the city also wanted to receive compensation at the highest possible land use, which was deemed either retail and auto mall, and the proposed development agreement did meet that term. Towards the end of the negotiation period, Palo Alto Medical indicated they wanted to give the city 2 types of restricted money on top of the amount of money necessary to keep the city whole. And the city staff and legal consultants said that if it was on top of that amount, that was fine. The 2 restricted amounts were a $1.5 million payment, which they wanted to give to the San Carlos Education Foundation and not the school district, and we told them that was fine if it was above the minimum amount. And the second amount was $1 million, which, as we've discussed earlier, is, as the language the city attorney has mentioned, is for athletic facilities and fields. I think, as the city attorney correctly points out, if the city were to go back to Palo Alto Medical, and I'll talk in a minute about our process in 2007, it could potentially reopen the entire $90 million development agreement. There's a risk there. And indeed, after the city council approved that development agreement in October of 2007, several months later, Palo Alto Medical officials did ask us under what circumstances we might want to reopen the agreement so they could change some of the terms. So I think there is definitely a possibility that while we might like to, for whatever reason, change item G worth $1 million, they might like to change some of the items worth the other $89 million. In 2007, when this item before either the development or the development agreement was approved, this item went through the Economic Development Advisory Commission, the Planning Commission, and then ultimately to the City Council. When it was at the Economic Development Commission, a gentleman by the name of Mark Luckenbach, who I believe was here earlier this evening, in fact, asked the question about whether Palo Alto Medical would be willing to unrestrict the $1 million and to put it in the general fund. His idea was to allow the city to earn interest income from it. Staff talked with Palo Alto Medical. We received a letter dated August 27, 2007 that explains their rationale for not agreeing to that change. I have copies of that here tonight if the council would like to see it, for the three of you who are not on the council at the time this occurred. Subsequently, when this item went to both the Planning Commission and the City Council, this item was discussed, and indeed, in looking back at this the other day on the city's website, if you go to that October 2007 council meeting, you will see this signed letter from Palo Alto Medical as attachment 9 in the council report. We did report all this to council in October 2007, and they did adopt both the development agreement as currently drafted and approve the project with that stipulation. So that's kind of the history of it. And I guess the other thing I would highlight, and I think very much concur with the city attorney, not only is there a possibility this would reopen the development agreement, but given the comments made by Palo Alto Medical 3 months after the development agreement was approved, I think it's almost a certainty. And so the question is that change worth the risk to the balance of the development agreement?
So just to, because I want to make this something that I can understand. Mr. Rubens, you do negotiating for the city. I mean, that's what you do professionally. If you were sitting in Palo Alto Medical shoes and the city of San Carlos said, hey, we want to change the conditions around $1 million, do you think it's reasonable that they would go, yeah, we'll give you the $1 million, but we really want to talk about the other 90?
Well, I can't speak for what they would demand, but that's very common when parties seek to reopen negotiations on an existing contract, that the different parties are looking for consideration for giving up something. That's a general statement.
Generally speaking, that would happen. So, and just to be very clear, Mr. Moore, you've stated that the payment that the city is getting from Palo Alto Medical this year is $250,000. That is guaranteed. Next year, and I'm going to get confused in my years, does that start July?
I'd have to go back and look at which month it is, but basically next year, the third year payment is when it starts to ramp up to $630,000, and then it's a 2.5% increase after that.
And those payments are guaranteed with, it is in an escrow account, but if the escrow account takes a hit, Palo Alto Medical Foundation still has to make those minimum payments to the city. Is that correct?
That is correct. The escrow account is held by the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, and under the terms of the development agreement, if the interest targets, earnings, incomes are not met, as they recently have not been met, Palo Alto Medical has to contribute an additional amount to bring the endowment up to the level that the city would need to receive the $630,000 in year 3 and the $630,000 plus 2.5% for the next 49 years. That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I yield.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
Just one quick question then. Since we're talking so much about the PAMF agreement, is there a stipulation in that about when that money has to be spent? The $1 million on?
It does not have a time limit on it.
It doesn't have a time limit. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Weil, I have one question. It's not mine, but it comes from the people in this town. As you may be aware, and I know council's aware, council's received, when I say pages, not pages of emails, pages of my in-basket of line items of people on opposite viewpoints on this topic, on E11A. I think two very common questions. One, we just talked about, it deals with the funding, the source of the funds, what it could be spent on, and a lot of general questions is, can it be spent on operations, which is our general fund, or does it need to be spent on capital improvements? And we've just had that discussion, and we will have more of it, I'm sure, before the evening's out. The other question that I've read, and by the way, for people at home and people here in the audience, I value the emails I get. I'm able to, of course, get days ahead of time, sometimes hours ahead of time, but it's good information. I don't do a count of opposed, who's for. I look at the value of the content and the reasons on what people are saying. And people said a lot. So thank you for those, and thank you for public input coming up is the other part of the process where we do want to listen to our people. But the other question, and maybe our historian, Brian Moore, or you could answer this, is, we're spending a lot of money on one field. So when we're doing that field, everybody else kind of, I feel, is feeling cheated, I think, or anybody next to some other park. And I'd like to get a little bit of a track record or our philosophy in Park and Rec as we make capital improvements. Can you give me a flavor in the last, I don't know, I've been on council for 2 years. I know we did Burton Park and the playground, but going before that, backing up 5, 6, 7 years, anything greater than $500,000, significant park improvements, what have we done? I want to get a flavor for how we do that, because the recommendation on many of these letters is, well, why aren't we sharing that throughout the entire city? And I'd like to find out how we, through the 75, 80 years of our city, not the first 40, but the last 30, and I'll ask the last 5 or 6 years, how do we manage that? How do we manage the capital improvements of our fields?
Mayor, I can only go back about 20-plus years, but I'll certainly try.
We'll just go back.
For a few years.
Not that far, please.
Yeah. I think that in recent time, other than the $1 million that Park and Rec Director Long mentioned for the Burton Park Playground, I think the other key major appropriation that we had was around 2000 and the years subsequent, when the city built the new library at the time, and after the public passed a $8.5 million bond measure. This freed up some money in Fund 25, which was at the time the city's undesignated capital funds, which could be spent for any purpose. As you probably know, over the last 4 years, we've depleted that fund as part of trying to keep the general fund afloat. But back in the days when we had money there, we spent $3 million on 3 park facilities. First, we rebuilt the field at Burton Park, and that was around 2000. Subsequently, we took some land that was acquired in the mid-90s. It was a home, and we used that to expand Loriola Park and to improve that park, including fixing drainage problems, adding picnic tables, expanding the field, et cetera. And then the third piece of that puzzle of the $3 million that the council had in Fund 25 surplus, as it were, was to do so-called Phase 1 work in Arguello Park. As some of you probably recall, we had a citizens committee several years ago prior to the park master plan that came up with a 2-phase plan to improve Arguello Park. Phase 1 was funded through that part of that $3 million. That was the last third, if you will, of that money. And then the second phase of Arguello Park is on the books, yet to be done. So I think those probably in the recent decade are probably the most relevant to your question.
Okay. So no one asked this question, but I'll ask it. I just thought of it as you were speaking. But for Mr. Long, do we have any anticipated park improvements in the next 3 years that equate big $500,000+ improvements?
Well, of course, we have Phase 2 of Arguello that's going to be a rather large price tag. But nothing rising to that level, although we do have a number of capital items listed in our Parks Master Plan that would include tremendous expenditures. Of course, those are, at this point, wish lists that were expressed during the development of the master plan. But we do have capital projects coming up, replacement of park equipment, and some renovations at some of the fields that are kind of ongoing, but I don't think anything that rises to the level of $500,000.
Mr. Long, if I could interject for a moment, we have to spend, as was said before, we have to spend Measure G funds by 2012, I believe, Mr. Weil. Is it? So obviously, the $200,000, the $400,000, whatever the amount is that's left in Measure G funds is going to be spent in the next 2 years for some,
without a doubt,
some items around to other places in our city. I just want to make sure that people were aware that there is that money has to be spent.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. I didn't mean to put words in your mouth, but I wanted to make sure that that was said.
Just to follow up on Councilman Castille's question, what happens if it's not spent? What happens if we were to attempt to save it? Would we have to return it?
The part of the of Measure G that was the parcel tax, we would have to return it to the taxpayers. I think there's a procedure in the ordinance to try and locate taxpayers. The part that this was the city matching funds would go back to the general fund.
Okay. So we would see a 50% return on Measure G into our general fund if we just let it expire. Okay.
Okay. Public comment? Okay.
Let's do it.
Thank you for your patience. And
Mr. Mayor, one clarifying comment. There was this, just a clarifying for public, during the public comment, there was a young man who stepped up to speak, and I called a point of order. One of the things that we want to do, when you've put in a slip to speak, we would like you to speak. We understood that there was an issue, somebody was shy, that's interesting, but if you want to say, oh, yeah, Bill's not in the room, I'll take his time, that's not considered terribly cool, so you need to be in the room to make your speech. You're not really allowed to swap time. So that was the issue, and I just wanted to...
So let me just emphasize here, we want to hear everybody who would like to speak. We always basically give 2 minutes. What I'm going to do, we have about 20, 25 speaker cards, so we got just to kind of plan if you want a restroom break or anything. We'll be talking, or you'll be talking, about an hour for public comment. I see more speaker cards coming, so am I selling it too much? Well, you don't need to speak. No, but my hour just got blown out. Okay. Try to be very efficient, professional. Let's show respect for everybody. If someone has already said what you're going to say, please do get up and speak, but just say, ditto, I agree with the comments, and maybe make one point. And what I'll do is around the 2 minute mark, I'll ask you to wrap up, and that means start wrapping up within a very short period of time. So with that, I'll kind of stage up about 3 at a time, if you could kind of be ready. Kevin Mueller, Bonnie McClure, and Mike Thompson, please come talk about 11A. Kevin, welcome.
I never thought I'd be first, but anyway. Okay, I just wanted to make one point. When I think of San Carlos, the first thing that comes to mind is the great sense of community we have as a whole. And one of the best ways we are able to portray the sense of community is through our city parks, as anyone can walk up to a park and feel is part of their home. They can create a great time there. If we were to lose these parks, we would lose a huge part of San Carlos. And instead of trying to keep these parks open, we are trying to improve another one. Frankly, I think this is very irresponsible for the city to do this. It is no question that this money should be spent or used to help improve the other parks so that they can be kept open, as these parks are meant for all of San Carlos, not just one part. So this is why I urge you to reconsider where you're spending our extremely low amount of money that is owned by the city, for your decision will affect us all a great deal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're a good speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonnie?
Bonnie McClure, San Carlos. I urge you to vote for Alternative 5, which accepts the contract but defers the execution until the 90th day to protect our interests. And I would like to say that being in construction myself, this is an ideal time to get your savings in, because everybody's really hungry out there. And I really want to save that money, because we could always use the balance in the Park and Lieu fund that you're not going to have to spend on this for the trails, because that was the #1 issue. And we don't need a whole lot. It's one of the cheapest things going. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Thompson, and then I'll call stage up 2 more. We have Paul Mueller and Andrew Krakow. Mike.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Royce and council members. My name is Mike Thompson. I'm a 20-year-long resident of San Carlos. I appreciate being able to speak here tonight. I'm here to tell you that spending roughly $2 million on a project to install synthetic turf at Highlands at this time is wrong. It's wrong. It's the wrong decision to make while other budget discussions that may close other parts of the city are still pending. Right now, California is in the midst of a financial fire, and the politicians in Sacramento are fiddling while the state burns. We really don't know how deep a hole we are in, but I think we can all be certain that the folks in Sacramento will not be getting their act together for a very long time. The worst of times for the state, for the cities, for businesses and individuals, everyone here may still be ahead of us. Families in this room went from being two-income families to a single income. Other families may not even have any income at all other than perhaps unemployment. Those lucky enough to have jobs are seeing their wages cut. This is a deep recession, and that may still turn into a deep depression. In the face of this, San Carlos is looking to spend about $2 million on an extravagant upgrade to a single park, while other parks that are vital to our community are being threatened with closure. I urge you to delay your vote on awarding the contract for the artificial turf. Wait to make decisions in the context of other budget decisions that you said will be coming up in a few months. Wait to find out how deep the financial hole that we are on really is. Wait to see whether we can redirect the PAMP funds to other parks that may need capital improvements as well within our community. At this time, we need to preserve physical flexibility and exercise prudence, particularly when the future of other vital community resources are threatened, resources that are fundamental and doubly important to our times of financial and social stress. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. If we could, please. Andrew? Yeah, please.
Paul,
Okay.
right?
Oh, Paul,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm off the sheet. Paul,
Somebody
go
else?
ahead. Paul. Andrew's coming behind you.
Okay.
Thank you, sorry.
Hopefully I'll do just as well as my son did, who just spoke earlier. But my name is Paul Muller. I've been a resident in San Carlos for 24 years now. And both of my sons, Kevin included, and my family have enjoyed all the parks in San Carlos. They've all played sports in every park, soccer, baseball, throughout their 24 years here. I just find it, at this point in time, you know, San Carlos has always been, the motto is the city of good living, and we have enjoyed that opportunity to live here in San Carlos. Until now, I am concerned that the city is considering closing 4 of the parks due to the budget constraints or the budget shortfall. Yet the city is planning on spending $1.7 million on just one park. I know the question came up about the capacity of the sports being higher when we do replace the turf in the field in one park, but has the consideration given to the other San Carlos residents that do not use the sports part of the parks? Like, where are the people from Crestview going to go to walk their dogs or go to walk around the park if we're all of a sudden going to have this extra capacity at Highlands Park now? So I'm asking that the city consider all options as we're looking at the whole benefit of the San Carlos community for the parks that can benefit the community, and hopefully the council can be fiscally responsible when they're going through and making this decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrew? By the way, you guys are doing a great job on time here. Thank you for being.
Hopefully I'll continue that. I'm Andy Krakov, 300 Hillcrest. Thank you for the time, and also thank you for the opportunity to educate all of us about how the City Council is seeing this and the issues that you're thinking through. I don't suspect that anyone here would advocate that you throw away $90 million or $89 million to the benefit of $1 million. But like I think the other people are saying, I would advocate holding off on the decision. Unless I didn't hear this correctly, I don't believe that we've even asked the Palo Alto Medical Foundation yet what the possibilities are. I think we need to understand that with all the people in this room, there's bound to be a public relations issue that the Palo Alto Medical Foundation is going to be facing if they say, no, we're not going to let that money be used to keep the parks open. So I think you should think about that. I think you should delay the vote. But more importantly, I think you also need to think about a process, because I think all of a sudden this has come up for the City Council, for us, and I think the calculus about this decision has changed pretty greatly. I think the process needs to be more community-oriented in terms of deciding what parks will be closed, if any need to be closed. I think you need to consider that there's a lot of people out there in the community that are extremely upset. I emailed the City Council last night. At that time, a Facebook page that I'd set up had 130 members who were concerned about this issue. Just in the past day, that's grown to about 300, a little bit more actually. There's tremendous concern out there. I urge you to take a look at the comments on that page. I urge you to involve the community in this decision, which I think starts now by symbolically saying, we're going to put off this decision. And I think you need to think about fundraising options, staff options, use fee options. There's a lot of things that could be figured, and I think that process needs to involve the community. You did that once. You've done it many times, I'm sure, but Hillcrest Circle Park, which is what I live right alongside, a bunch of years ago, the city actually got an award for its community involvement. There were donations from the community. There was a tree selection committee. You met at the parks. And because of that, I think the park is really helping to nurture the community. I think you need to do that again, even in these tough budget times. Thanks very much.
Thank you. If I could ask you to hold your applause, please. I'll let you applaud all at the end, all at one time, okay? Andrew Nerf, and then we have Rod Lear and Linda Morrissey. Andrew, welcome.
Hi, Andrew Neff. I live on Britton Avenue. Quickly, the big question for me is, should the council and the city go ahead and spend the roughly $2 million tonight, or should they make sure they've considered all of the options? And it looks to me like a resident of the city, from just the couple of meetings I've been in the last 6 to 9 months, that the city is very determined to spend this money and really will not consider all options. Originally, it was the Measure G that was going to be the big issue, and a lot of people have objected to that, and I've seen tons of opinions, and now tonight, magically, we don't need the Measure G funding anymore to fund this. Now it's the Palo Alto Medical Foundation. I've heard a lot about all of the obstacles and potential threats of how we're going to lose this, and our hands are tied. And yes, all these people really don't want to do this, but the hands are tied. We don't have a choice. We have to go forward. I'm just one person, but let me present my opinion. I also sit on the board of 2 medical foundations. So I was curious what their opinion was. Has anyone officially approached them and had an official conversation in the last 3 years? In the last 3 years. Palo Alto Medical Foundation, I've talked to them multiple times. I ended up having multiple conversations with their vice president of strategic planning, who was the original person who negotiated this deal and is still their point person on this. She told me that no one has officially approached them about this in the last 3 years. She told me that originally they were the ones that had asked for the wording that went through the way it did, and that was at their request in negotiating the deal with the city. She's also acknowledged that times have changed dramatically and that things has changed, and she understands and sees what's going on in San Carlos, and they are open to looking at it. She has told me that they do not have an official position and do not really want to take any strong political stand one way or the other. They're a medical foundation. However, they cannot take any action until the city approaches them, and no one has approached them in over 3 years on this issue. She said there is no risk that the city of San Carlos will lose any of that grant money, and that is their word. And they said if the city does not trust them, they can attach legal wording. You can attach legal wording saying, if there is any risk, please let us know. We will stop immediately. She said there's no legal risk. They're open to considering. They don't have a legal opinion, but
if you could wrap up, please.
Sorry, they have not been. Show me that I'm wrong and that you really care and you want to really see what's best for the city, or are you determined to spend this money on turf regardless? Thank you.
Thank you. Rod Lear, excuse me. Excuse me. Would you refrain from applause, and we'll get through this a lot faster. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Lear?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Councilman. As you may or may not know, I've been tied to this issue for, feels like half my life, probably since the inception. I was a member of the Citizens Advisory Council in 2005, and was part of the majority decision for a new synthetic turf field. We've discussed this for so long that I can't think there is anything new that can be said today. I realize a lot of people that are here today haven't gone through all these arguments, but so many of them have been talked about in the past. I applaud your decision to do the right thing and to go ahead with a new turf field. I just want you to know that the majority of San Carlins are with you on this. A good number of people here tonight have only one agenda, and that is they just do not want a field in their neighborhood. It's plain and it's simple. This is not about closing parks. It's about improving our usage. We need a field that is low maintenance and can accommodate a lot of kids. We all need to move forward on this. We've had enough divisiveness in this city. We need to do the right thing, that which benefits the entire community. Our kids and future kids are relying on you tonight. We need to go build a field.
Thank you. Linda? Yeah, welcome. Hi.
Hi, my name is Linda Morrissey, and I've been a resident of San Carlos for almost 20 years. I'd like to push the issue back a little bit further, and I actually take exception with what the last gentleman said about the majority of San Carlins being behind this issue of installing artificial turf. 4 years ago, I believe, you did a study. You paid an outside consultant to do a study, see what San Carlos residents' priorities were in terms of what to spend money on, capital improvements, et cetera, and only 4% of the people in that study said that they wanted turf. So I assume that you paid someone outside the city to do this to get an objective opinion, and it's been referred to many times as a scientific study, so I assume that it's reliable and it's valid. So it said 4% of San Carlins want artificial turf, which means 96% don't. So I don't think the majority of San Carlins are behind synthetic turf. And yes, that 4% is a very vocal minority, but they are indeed still a minority, and I believe the majority of San Carlins do not want turf in this city. Thank you very much for listening.
Gabrielle Brenner, Debbie Freeman, Greg Harris.
Hi there, Gabriel Brenner.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No big deal.
That was a quick sex change here.
Yeah. No offense taken.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Mayor. So I'm new to city government. Last week was my first experience with the Parks Council meeting. And my initial reaction was similar to many people that, gosh, there's all this money here. Let's keep the parks open. But I wasn't aware that there was the structural issue, how the city is underfunded compared to other cities in the area, and that if we fill this budget hole, we'll come out, because tomorrow eventually does come, and that structural problem will still be there, and nothing will have been fixed, and the money will have been squandered. So I know I'm not supposed to address the people behind me, but I would encourage them maybe not to fall into that easy argument so much. But what I would encourage the council members and the mayor to consider is that the citizens of your city actually are rather creative. Just in the past day, I did realize this meeting was coming up, and so I out into my network and said, hey, what ideas do we have out there? I think if we think a little bit more creatively, it might not be about this either-or dichotomy, which is being set up here. It might be that we can have this and that. And pardon me, I have to look to my phone here for notes, but I did get so much stuff in today. People pointed out that they've tried to raise money by selling food, and that's prohibited. It's not okay. But that food vendors sneak up, Jamba Juice and pizza places, and they're selling stuff. There's an opportunity for the city to have concession licenses or revenue sharing with vendors to create new revenue opportunities. Outsourcing parks and recreation maintenance workers. I know that could be, there are real people who have jobs and so forth. But I hate to say this, but they are government workers who have government salaries and benefits and pensions, and I can't imagine that is the most effective use of our monies when I'm sure we could outsource it for less. And I got to tell you that a lot of people posted just to a Google document, and it was amazing how many people had that same idea and are very much behind that. Everybody is willing to pay more for their children. People who use the facilities say, yeah, charge me $50 more, charge me $100 more. And there were so many stories, and I'll try and wrap up real quick here, that were given about using a room at the library that would seat 100 people with a full kitchen for $40. That's incredibly below market. There are so many user fee opportunities, furloughing city workers, corporate
So
sponsorship.
can we
of
start
parks.
wrapping up? Plus, by the fact, I just want to clarify, too, some of your thoughts are venturing off the agenda item is on
But
Highlands
maybe this-
Interpret.
maybe this is the Highlands-
Excuse me, let me finish. And it just sounds, it's tending into the budget and ideas for revenue generating and cost cuts. But
If
Please,
I could just,
but if you could
I'll
just-
respond just directly to that.
But if you could wrap up your comments, please.
I'll wrap up my comments. Yeah, but I want to undercut this idea that there's an either-or choice, that we have to not build the park in order to fund the parks. It won't work, and there are much more creative opportunities.
Great. Thank you very much. And sorry about the name again. Debbie? I got this one right. Debbie. Good.
And Ryan Freeman. And my daughter Megan's in the back there. She fell asleep, but she's kind of waking up. My name's Debbie Freeman, and I've been a resident in San Carlos for 15 years, and my business is also here in San Carlos. My kids do sports spring and fall, soccer, baseball, softball, everything. And I found out last Wednesday that Crestview was on the block to be shut down. My son's in San Carlos United team. That is our home team, and I was very upset to hear about that. Irregardless of parks possibly being shut down because of the budget cuts, we don't even have enough fields for all the kids to play now, which is why we want the turf to be up at Highlands, so that we have more playing time, we have more field space, so that people like my daughter, who's 6 years old, when she's his age, she will have a park to play in. As Gabriel was trying to say a little bit earlier, there are alternative methods that we could use to be creative and earn more money to keep Crestview open and the San Carlos Library open. And we encourage maybe putting together a parent committee to sit with the council to give you guys some of those ideas. So we are for turf at Highlands.
Thank you. Okay, we have Greg Harris, Richard Crone, and Karen Molinari.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about Measure U. I don't think there are any of us that were not surprised by the outcome of Measure U. I think most of us expected Measure U to pass. I think if we've learned anything from this, what we've learned is that our city leaders don't have a good command of what the people of San Carlos want. What we want is a set of priorities. We want you to be working on our budget. We have crime rates that are rising to all-time high levels. We want you spending council time talking about crime rates tonight, not about rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, which is what we're talking about tonight in terms of a synthetic turf field. We want the city focused on balancing its budget. We get frustrated when we see the city's Facebook page updated twice a day. We're paying for this. We want, I'm sorry, is there a question?
I'm just curious, Mr. Mayor, point of order, is this on the agenda item?
Yeah, are you moving from budget? Can you move on to the agenda item? I think you're talking about Measure U and budget. Is there a tie-in into awarding the construction?
Yes, I think I think the point is that the vote tonight about moving forward with synthetic turf is contingent on what money we're going to have available to spend. And so from my perspective, let's close Crestview, let's close Arguello, and then we can open them, and we're increasing capacity, and we can use park and lieu fees to pay for the maintenance based on the definitions that we heard. Let's go and talk to Palo Alto Medical Foundation. What can it hurt to talk? Why are we rushing to, again, rearrange the chairs on the Titanic as opposed to trying to navigate around the icebergs that are in front of us in this community? And so I encourage you strongly to delay consideration of the vote tonight for synthetic turf in favor of balancing our city's budget and getting our priorities in line. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Richard Crone and Karen.
Richard Crone, resident of San Carlos. Thank you for recognizing the 100 years of scouting this evening and the accomplishments of Troop 321. As an Eagle Scout and Assistant Scoutmaster for the troop, your words in the proclamation this evening had special meaning for me, especially the ones around preparing for making ethical choices, which is one you're faced with tonight. The city has a severe budget crisis, and you're making a decision as to whether to allocate roughly $2 million to one synthetic turf. At the prevail or at the loss of possibly closing our other parks and our youth center. The situation here forces us to make some very tough choices, some ethical choices. One of the choices isn't even listed in the 5 that was provided, and that's to go back to PAMF, go back to the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, and renegotiate or open up the use of funds. That is certainly well within our purview of the City Council to do. Is it risky? It may be. but with risk comes the opportunity of a higher return, a return to be able to keep the parks open and the youth center open by redirecting these funds. It is well within the council's purview to be able to do this. So of the five options you have available to you, there is actually a sixth that I'd encourage you to consider this evening, and I'll call it 6.3, and that is defer the consideration, knowing that you have a pending lawsuit, and that in good conscience you certainly can't allocate or authorize $2 million worth of funds knowing that you have a pending lawsuit on this, and to investigate your alternatives with PAMP for redirecting these funds to vital services and in keeping our natural grass parks open and the youth center open by using these funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cron. Karen Molinari. And then Kirk Dryden and Ann Tang. Get ready there. Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Royce and council members. As public servants, I don't envy your position, and as residents in San Carlos, I don't envy ours. As a community, we are faced with difficult financial decisions in the coming weeks and months. Cuts are going to be made to core services, and every facet of San Carlos is going to feel the effects. It's times such as these when we need to take a step back from the status quo of our budget situation and really work collaboratively and creatively to address our financial situation. I don't want to be repetitive. You've heard the speakers before me saying we don't think this is the time to be making a decision of putting $1.7 million into one field at the risk of other fields closing. I do want to bring up Measure U and say that when I talked to people trying to convince them that it was needed, people were concerned with the economy. They were tightening their own belts. They were expecting public servants to do the same. I continue to hear we need to live within our means. You are going to be making tough decisions tonight and in the weeks ahead, and the community is looking for your leadership. Before asking residents, those of us in the room and watching, for any additional resources, you need to show that you can manage this, make sound fiscal decisions and manage the resources you currently have to the benefit of all San Carlos residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. Kurt, hi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name's Kirk Dryden. I'm a resident of San Carlos. I was also the treasurer of Measure G and was on the citizens panel that Mr. Lair had addressed, in which we spent a great amount of time looking at alternatives, looking at different options. The majority of us on the commission, or on the advisory board, I should say, recommended artificial turf for Highlands. As a referee and as a Winter League referee, there's a group of us that referee San Carlos games, but none of those kids play in San Carlos because our fields are closed. We're playing in Redwood City, we're playing in Redwood Shores. The Highlands is a crown jewel of the park system. It's a very underutilized crown jewel, and by installing artificial turf, we'll be able to maximize utilization of that and bring some of those games back to San Carlos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kurt. Mr. Dryden. Ann Tang, and then followed by Danielle Herrera and Jeff Klein, or Klen.
Hi, I'm Ann Tang. I've been a resident of San Carlos for almost 12 years. Right now, San Carlos is facing a financial crisis. I won't go through the details. We've been through it a million times. Yet right now, we're still proposing spending almost 100% of what capital budget we have for improvements to the entire parks and recreational system on one field, one field, not even a park, one field, letting all the other parks fall into disrepair. This leaves us with no money to improve any other parks or facilities. As we heard tonight, the money, even if PAMP doesn't renegotiate, can be spent on fields and facilities. So it gives us a fair amount of flexibility on how to spend that money for improvements. But not only that, it's fiscally irresponsible to spend this $1.7 million on a field. It adds a balloon payment of probably $1 million in about 8 years. How are we going to fund that? Yes, we'll raise the parks fees. Everyone says we're going to pay more, but the parks fees aren't covering now keeping the parks open. If we raise the fees might keep the parks open, but there will be no money put aside to fund the turf replacement, which will be required in approximately 8 years. If the parks remain closed, the turf goes through and the fields get heavily used, it may wear out sooner, as it did at Burlingame High School and as it did in Redwood City, in which case we have no money to replace it and we've now lost another field. it is fiscally irresponsible to go forward and add a balloon payment. It's like adding a mortgage to our Parks and Rec system without any kind of guaranteed funding stream. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Danielle? Hi.
Thank you, Council. My name is Danielle Huerta. I live in San Carlos. As I heard tonight, if you choose option 5, city staff will have to award the contract by April 21st. But we also heard that the CEQA challenge to the environmental documents prepared for Turf at Highlands may not be decided until May 23rd. My question is, what will happen to our $1.7 million if the judge requires the city to perform a full EIR? I urge you to consider this question. We also learned that the PAMF grant is for fields and facilities. Previously, we've been told that it was for fields only. There are many ways to spend that money on facilities that would reduce necessary maintenance costs across all our parks. Finally, it is argued that we will get a tremendous amount of more playing time at Highlands if we install synthetic turf. But no matter what the surface, the field is only one field, it's only so big, and only so many teams can practice at any one time, and our children want to use the park after school until dark or when the lights are on for older children. We need to find creative solutions to keep all our parks open. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And after Jeff Klen, we have Paul Denton and John Spottiswood. Sorry, I know I blew that one. Jeff.
Thank you. I'm Jeff Klein, live in the city of San Carlos, and I'm really glad to hear that Measure G funds aren't being used on this project. And I also wanted to let you know that I just texted you the verbiage for the Park and Luffy ordinance. That is Ordinance 10007, and I'll read it as follows. It does not mention anything about expanding the usage of parks. It says, all proceeds from the fees, penalty, and interest collected under this chapter shall be paid into a special fund to the city, which fund shall be used only for the acquisition, development, renovation, and replacement of parks and recreational areas, and their development, including equipment, for recreational purposes. Nothing about expanding the use of a park. Renovations, development, acquisition. So I really don't see how you can be using Park and Luffy's for synthetic turf under the guise of simply expanding capacity. It's not even in the ordinance. You have all been texted the ordinance. With respect to the PAMF funds, Mr. Neff has said that he's already been in contact with PAMF. They welcome the idea of redirecting funds at the city's whim. No risk to the city. Not going to lose $90 million. Nobody here wants to lose $90 million. But there may be a letter, 2007, but let's make it public. Let's ask PAMF again. See it, put in the verbiage where there's no risk to the city of losing $90 million. Now let's see if they wouldn't mind redirecting some funds to keep parks open rather than put in synthetic turf. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Denton.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Paul Denton. I've been a San Carlos resident for over 18 years. When I first started to volunteer in youth sports, I didn't realize I'd be spending so much time in this room, along with you good gentlemen. We've been at this for 10 years, and I think everyone realizes that, probably the folks of you up there are pretty much expert right now. I don't think there's anything else we can probably tell you about this project. But I do want to remind you that in this current budget crisis, this is actually an excellent way of spending money. We've talked about this one field versus many fields. This one field will have a bigger impact on our ability to get our kids on the field than than spreading out that money across fields. So I urge you to continue to think about our kids. This is what it's about. They tend to be the silent majority, and I really hope that you won't forget that. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, John? Oh. do you say your last name? Sorry.
Spottiswood, so I get that all the time. No problem.
Thank you.
Pretty much I'm going to echo what Paul just mentioned. I represent the AYSO. I'm the commissioner here in San Carlos, and I know I don't represent the opinion of every single person in AYSO, but I think I represent the majority in saying that we do not have enough field space for all of our kids to play, and that means that we either need to expand and add a new park, or we need to make our existing parks more useful. We've had a lot of discussion of this over many years, and I think the reason you don't see more parents here supporting is message got out a little late, and people are tired of bringing their kids here. I've been here a few meetings where kids were here late at night to come up and speak about this, and we thought, I think, pretty much that the decision had been made. That said, we are going to be contributing $38 per player starting this fall. Little League and CYSA, I believe, have already collected that to support the, I think it's going to go specifically to the rebuilding of the field when it needs to be done, whether that's in 8 years or 10 years or 12 years. So in addition to the savings that's generally made on an annual basis from park maintenance by having a turf field as opposed to a grass field, we're also going to be deferring the cost of replacing the field, which usually, even averaged in, still saves money. So the savings for the operations budget over time should be strong. We alone will be contributing over $50,000. And as far as Crestview and Arguello go, obviously we don't want to see those closed. But if we need to do more to support them, either with volunteers or with additional funds, we are certainly willing to step up and do so. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, John. Okay, we have Heidi Krohn, Catherine Tynan, and Alex Lizovic. So if it makes you feel any better, sometimes I can't even say my own name. So thank you. Welcome, Heidi. Hi.
All right. Good evening, gentlemen. I'd like to talk briefly about the budget, San Carlos budget, not just the Parks and Recreation budget. When a family realizes they are spending more than they are bringing in, they need to stop spending and reevaluate. When dad has lost his job and things aren't looking good near term, the family needs to reevaluate. They shouldn't be shopping for a big screen TV when the roof is leaking and the plumbing is backing up.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. You've cut off other members for speaking about the budget.
I think you're going to be relating it. You're intending that. You know that, right?
I'm getting there.
You
Sorry.
better. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
The point is that they need to take care of what they have first so that they don't lose it. In the case of San Carlos, number one priority needs to be our public safety. Last meeting 2 weeks ago, we heard from the fire and police chiefs about how shorthanded they are, how overworked they are, and crime is going up. This is not acceptable to be cutting their budget at this time. At the Parks and Rec meeting last week, we heard about the proposed closing of multiple parks, Crestview and Arguello among them, and the youth center, a vital resource for our children. Closed parks, if you can all imagine it, would be an enormous eyesore and an expense to close them, fence them, patrol them. It would detract crime. And then what happens? The grass and trees die. We sell the land to developers. This is unacceptable. The context of the synthetic turf discussion has changed. We are in a budget emergency. One plastic field at Highlands cannot begin to accommodate all the teams that play on the existing fields today. Increased user fees won't help if we have to eliminate a lot of teams due to the shortage of space because of closed parks. And the entrance and exit costs for this synthetic field are too high. We're looking at $2 million to install it, and then $1 million every 8 years in perpetuity to replace it. Grass field at Highlands.
Heidi, can you start wrapping
I'm
up?
almost finished.
Okay.
I'm almost finished.
Please.
The grass field that exists today at Highlands has never been replaced in the 20 years of its existence, and kids are playing there now. We cannot move forward on any field project until you have set priorities for the budget in general for the entire city, as well as the Parks and Rec Department. It would be irresponsible to take on this kind of financial commitment without having an idea and a plan for the entire resource allocation across the city.
Thank you very much, Heidi. Catherine? Hi.
Catherine Tynan. I am a almost 20-year resident of San Carlos. I chair the Trails Committee in town, and I also served on the Fields Committee. So I'm very familiar with the issues here. I wrote the minority report for the Fields Committee, some of you may remember, which did not support putting synthetic turf at Highlands. And in general, I'm a very, very strong supporter of our parks here in town. And I have felt that for a very long time that it is unethical for us to spend just about every red cent of capital improvement dollars that we are likely to have in the next 5 to 10 years, the way the economy is right now. Call me pessimistic, but it's unethical to spend that all on one single project. And I think that the survey was mentioned earlier with regard to priorities that the citizens set or asked to be set on their behalf for parks facilities in town. And synthetic turf was not even in the top 10. Very, very simple things were in the top 10. Things close to my heart, trails. And so I urge you to reconsider spending. Trails are not even going to cost $100,000. But I hope that you will keep all of the other demands in town in mind when you think about spending, as I say, almost $2 million on a single synthetic turf field. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex? And after Alex, Raymond Morala, Saprit Duger, I believe, and Mike Detada. Thank you. Alex?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. When this issue began, my son spoke here. He was 10 years old. My son would be here today. He's away at college now. In the 9-10 years that have passed, he, by the way, does not believe this will ever happen. He's a political science major, and this for him is a great case study. I think he's writing an article for his school paper about that, actually. I will forward it to you, if he does. The point is, everything's been said. As some speakers before me pointed out, all the facts, all legitimate facts have been brought up in these 9-10 years and addressed. Fascinatingly enough, every time there's a delay, there's a new reason not to do it. And yet those reasons been addressed and answered. Now, obviously, nobody can argue wanting to keep our parks open. That's why I found the earlier discussion about the ability to use our CapEx money for OpEx very fascinating. And even if you could, and I've learned tonight that you cannot, but that is so short-sighted to use capital expenditure allocated money for operational expense money in perpetuity. You all know that. We all know that. We must maximize our ability to provide the opportunity for kids in our town. I still have 2 more living here. And I'm hoping they'll get the opportunity to stay and play and enjoy the fields in San Carlos with their friends in San Carlos. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Raymond Morala?
Hi there. My name is Raymond Morala. I've been in San Carlos for nearly 23 years. I happen to be chair of the Park and Rec Commission at this time. Just have a couple of points I'd like to make. First, we cannot afford to not go forward with this project. Thankfully, San Carlos recognizes the need for capital improvement funds and passed Measure G. And luckily, Park and Lieu funds have been collected over time. Because of this foresight, there is the potential for a silver lining in the big dark cloud that hangs over the city of San Carlos and our budget. Rather than allowing the squander of dollars toward eking out a few more months of city expenses, because we were smart enough to restrict the use of these funds, Measure G, Park and Lieu, we'll have something to show for the taxes we've paid and for the deals that have been made. We can have, in many ways, an environmentally friendly, state-of-the-art park, and one that will help us get through some of the tough budget times that are ahead, both physically, by giving us a place to play, by giving us a place to hang out, and psychologically, by giving us a place we can be really proud of, and a place where we can gather and create community. Second thing I'd like to do is talk to the neighbors of Highlands. I'd like to promise the neighbors of Highlands Community Park, that that our community will work with them to facilitate the transition to a fully utilized and vibrant park. Other communities have been through this and have done so successfully. I've traveled with my daughter's soccer teams to other communities, to Los Altos, to Mountain View, to Cupertino. And I recall being asked days in advance of showing up for a game to be particularly careful when I drove in certain neighborhoods and to be certain to park in certain areas. The people in these communities told me that things settled down very nicely after a short time when some transition was made in a park area. People want to do the right thing. Sometimes we just have to tell them what that is. And I think we can expect that kind of cooperation from the people in San Carlos and people up and down the peninsula. We've been at this a long time. Let's go forward with this project. Let's give consideration to the entire town. Highlands neighbors, I think we can all get along. We'll all be good neighbors with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Raymond. Saprit, welcome. By the way, we have about a half a dozen more speaker cards, so you let everybody know.
So hopefully I won't take too long. Hi, I'm Saprit Dugal. I'm a San Carlos resident for the last 5.5 years, and this is my first such meeting, so thank you. It's a tough choice, as I think all of us are grappling with. It's a tough choice, especially because it's all about outdoors. I mean, they're both about our kids and outdoors. And we're not the first such committee to whom such a proposal has been put forth. I mean, in other domains, for example, in technology spending in companies, similar requests are placed, which seem to be about the same things, effectiveness versus efficiency. They're both about technology spending, and the company has to make a choice. And the criteria pretty much fall in 3 buckets. And I encourage us to think about those. One is the breadth and depth of the impact. The second is how mission critical it is. And the third, roughly, is return on investment. If you think and apply that roughly to our situation, if you think about the breadth and depth of the impact of parks on the age groups of people who use it, the number of people who use it, and the neighborhoods who use it, the choice becomes pretty clear between a number of parks versus improving one park. If you think about mission criticalness within the context of our lives and what general parks can be used for versus what one park which is being improved for one game, again, the choice becomes pretty clear and weighs very much towards more parks versus improving one park in a substantial way. And the third, if you think about return on investment, not just for the city, but for the people who live here, who have made major investments to buy houses in this community because it's a great place to live. And the ding that we would get by having parks right next to our houses closed, it's pretty substantial, not just for the individuals or homeowners, but also for the city. So we don't mean to advise you on how to take these decisions. I'm just presenting a framework that other bodies like yourself have used, and to try and use that construct, if you can, for taking this decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mike Dutada? But by the way, that half a dozen speaker slips just had twins, so we're...
Hello, my name's Mike Dutada, and I've been a San Carlos resident for 12 years. I'm here to look at the issue on a different level that surprisingly nobody's brought up yet, and that's from the level of a commercial construction level. I've been a commercial general contractor in Redwood City for over 20 years. I'm an estimator, so I'm in charge of getting my company work. Right now, our industry's in dire straits. We've had 40% layoffs at my company. Some of our subcontractors have gone bankrupt. There's absolutely no work out there right now. I'm bidding jobs daily. The jobs that I get sometimes don't go forward because of spending issues or budget issues or whatnot. Our industry needs shovel-ready projects with approved funds to keep our industry alive and to keep money in people's hands. I mean, there's Teamsters, there's operating engineers, there's cement masons, laborers, all that are going to be working on this project up at Highlands that need this work, and they don't need it in 90 days. They need it tomorrow. You know, I urge you to approve the funds tonight so that your low bidder, Interstate Grading and Paving, who I've used as a subcontractor, they're an excellent firm. They've done this work. They've got an outstanding resume of putting in turf projects, so they can move forward immediately so that their employees can go to work right away and put money and food in their families' pockets and not wait another 90 days, not wait till they could possibly be facing layoffs and bankruptcy. So, thank you.
Mike, thank you very much. Okay, we have, oh yeah, hold on here. Help you. That one? Can you help me with that? First time I've asked help. Some of the writing now.
He knows who it is.
Good job.
Hoosman is the last name.
Yeah,
Hoosman?
okay.
You know. And let me call another name just to get ready.
The Swedish motif.
Charlotte St. James? Is that someone ordering a drink, or is that someone? No, we got Esther Klein also. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilman. With your introduction and hesitation about my name, I knew it had to be me. I'm a proud resident of San Carlos for the last 12 years. I was lucky to move to the United States after I finished my college career in the Netherlands, where I grew up playing soccer on the streets. Then too many cars forced me onto the fields. Then houses and buildings were needed and forced me onto a different field. And ultimately, we had to bike all over town in order to play our soccer game. I have two kids play in AY. I'm an AYSO coach. My son is moving to CY this year. They love the game, and they love to be with their teammates. I'm also a coach instructor, and whenever I teach any of the 450 coaches that we have in San Carlos about why do kids play soccer, they never guess what the number one reason is for kids to play soccer, and that is to have fun. In order to have fun, we need playing fields. This year, our Winter League team, one of our Winter League teams, has not been able to practice at all. The other Winter League team has gone out to Redwood City to play on Red Morton because that field is open. It's a turf field. So one reason to have a turf field in San Carlos is for our kids to be able to play and have fun. Secondly, on a positive note, because I think there is actually a very positive note in here, and that is putting turf in provides an economic stimulus, I believe. There is a snack shack at Highlands. It can be used a lot more. It can be used from early in the morning to late in the evening. We can have many more games. We can bring teams from out of town. They will stay in town. They will go down to Laurel Street and have a bite after their games. This is an important part of why we need turf at Highlands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Charlotte St. James, welcome. Hi. And then Esther after that.
Hi, I've been living in the city of Good Living for 12 years now, and I have a business here for 10 years. I have a hard time understanding about having a park without grass. So, all right, that's one issue. The other thing is parks are about community, and it seems things have gotten a little bit skewed. Now, I just found out about this issue, and I've been sitting here listening. There are lots of ages that use parks. So to forget about the toddlers in a certain neighborhood and to forget about folks who are over the age of 60 who might be using the parks to carry out doctor's orders to do some walking and running. I watch folks do this. There are people walking all the time. This is just a little bit skewed. There's something not quite right about this. Now let's think about this. We're going to have our children, one section of the population, play so much that we have to tear out the grass. I thought kids playing outside was about kids being in nature. I thought parks were for a community, all ages. We can't just pinpoint one age. And I know that the families are involved. I adore seeing children play all kinds of things. But I just think that we need to expand this whole notion and come up with a way that has real community around each and every park and include letting the kids play. I'm not saying don't let those kids play, but I'm saying let's let their grandparents have a place to walk. Let's let their little baby brothers and sisters have a place to swing. And let's have a place where people can meet and talk to one another. And how was your day? And what did you think? I ended up talking 9 people into promising me to come to this meeting tonight, while I was taking my daily walk. And I don't know if they came or not, but I did my civic duty once. Thank you very much for letting me talk.
Thank you. Enjoy listening to you, actually. Thank you, Esther. Ryan Duttop, and then Robert Stafford. And I'll say the last name for the end.
Google it. Hello? Was
Hi, welcome.
I believe I was next. Esther Klein?
What's that?
Esther Klein was next?
It says
Oh,
Esther
Klein.
Klein.
Oh.
Oh, please.
That's Esther.
Oh, Esther. Okay, I'm sorry. Did you have it? You got it. Oh, you pulled it. I'm sorry.
Hi.
Please.
I just wanted to say a number of things. A lot of people have spoken already to some issues, but just one thing about saying that the people who are opposed to this are quote-unquote NIMBYs or not in my backyard. First of all, it's people from all over who are trying to look for a better solution given our financial situation. And also, the people who are opposed for this, even who are right at the park, they're not opposing public housing or something it's really one group from what I'm hearing. It's really the CYSO, and I have nothing against soccer, believe me, but it just seems like it's one group that is needing this, and everybody else is saying, how can we keep all the parks open? And so it's not really a neighborhood not wanting this there, but sometimes the neighbors can see the park and they can know what's best for it because they're the ones who go by it a dozen times a day, and they see kids flying kites, and they see them playing with toy airplanes on the park grass, and it gets used other than just soccer games. And it's an important park to the whole city. And the other thing that the neighbors see is they see how it's arranged there, and it is a particular area. It's not like down in the other parts of San Carlos where there's a grid. It dead ends. And when that area, when it was a high school and it wasn't turned into a playing field, it was turned into a housing, to houses there. And there's only one ingress and egress. And when we first were approving it, I remember Councilman Grisilli even citing that he didn't like the idea of putting more onto that Highlands area because of that unique situation. And now we're talking about closing more parks. People have said, well, what has changed? Why is this taking so long? But there has been a drastic change. We are looking at closing other parks, and we are looking at park in lieu fees and how can those funds be spent. And if we're talking about closing a park, why can't we, I don't know the legal things, but it seems like it should be that. And we should be able to, we need to study this and really find out what the situation and try to really help everyone. And I hope that you'll vote to do that, to look into this and not, thank you.
Thank you very much. This is the tough one. I can't read, Ryan Dudden, and then Rich Goodwin and Robert Stafford. And the last name actually is Chris McKay. Those are the four, unless I get others, which, please.
Okay,
Ryan, welcome.
Okay, my name is Ryan Dudden, and I've played soccer, baseball, and some other sports, and some of my season has been cut out because of rain, and that's because we have grass. If we had turf, it would allow us to play more and even play in the rain. We would be able to also increase people to play on the grass, and people can also walk around and do other stuff. Synthetic grass can be more. It would let you. The cost of it of maintenance would go down, and you would get more money from it just by letting people play on it. You would also have a lot of people just hanging out there to talk, and that would also increase people thinking, hey, we could play here sometime, even when it's raining. And I think that we should have synthetic grass on Highlands, and it would increase revenue and more playing time for children in all ages.
Great. Ryan, can I tell you something? You should be very proud. You did that all without any notes. That's incredible. Thank you.
The mayor can't do that.
A lot of things I can't do. Rich.
That's the next
Good
one
one.
right there.
Yep. Rich. And then Robert Stafford.
So you did do a very nice
Yeah,
job.
welcome. Are you going to use notes, sir?
I just said, yes. Why wouldn't you? It's here for it. I'd use a projector if you let me.
That's
thank you for your time. Thanks for your time tonight for each of you. Thank you, gentlemen, I know you put a lot of work into this and years, and I know our citizens have put a lot of thought and energy into this. Truth is, in my mind, though, someone talked about the rearranging the chairs on the Titanic. Our parks are the Titanic. They hit the iceberg a long time ago. I, as a citizen of our city, I do play in the parks. I am involved in sports. I also run through our trails. I run in our parks. They're dangerous. Our fields at Highland right now is a dangerous field to play on. I would not recommend it. As a coach, I'm embarrassed by what we have to play on and what we have to put our guest teams on those fields. For our younger teams and the younger kids that play on some of our fields, equally, very, very dangerous. They're in bad shape. Our parks are obviously in danger, but the idea of turfing a field in our town and the amount of use we have, it's inevitable that we need to do this. And the amount of effort and time and the information that's been put out before you, it's the time to do it is right now. And there really is no better time based on the economy, based on the money obviously being available and funded for something like this. And this isn't really doing one thing for one park at the expense of other parks, because we have, and we've heard tonight, over the years looked at parks, Hilltop at different times, Burton Park at different times, to make those improvements. And now is the time to improve Highlands, and now is the time to put turf there for safety reasons, for the usage that we need, and still to allow the rest of Highland Park. There are still going to be trails there. There will still be grass there. There will still be swings there. There will still be a park for the community to use there. But the sports field will be very, very official, or very appropriate for good use and safe use of the sports that are on that. I did that without notes. Thank you. I didn't look. Thanks. Thank you.
Robert Shapiro? Stafford. And Chris McKay?
This will be with the aid of notes. Good evening, Mayor Royce. When I came here this evening, I thought I knew what I was going to say and what I thought. But I think the council has elicited some very straightforward facts that demonstrate that the monies that are out there for the field are rather restricted. And I think when you look at opening up a development agreement with PAMP, you do so with plaintiffs' teeth with blood on them. The precedent that will have for other developers is rather appetizing. And I think we have great caution that City Attorney Rubens could give you with respect to trying to unwind a development deal in a down market. I think what we can agree on is there's a lot of great people in this room on both sides of the issue. And I think you should be commended for listening, and really for the folks staying away from ad hominem attacks. We have great people in this room, and that includes staff and the folks in front of us. So I think really it's really time to say enough already. How much money's gone into litigation, staff, 10 years on the same issue? The time has come to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Chris McKay? And again, after Chris, our last two until I get more is Jonathan Dirkman and Joy I'll have Joy say her last name. Paparetto?
Papa Pietro.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Say it with gusto, would you?
Chris, please.
I'm Chris McKay. I'm born and raised in San Carlos, raised both my boys here. And just a couple things I'd like to remind folks. I've been in this room many times also over the last near 10 years, and I'm hoping we can move forward. One thing I wanted to remind folks is that I was here when they closed San Carlos High School, and that space up there was really designated for sports. And it was really when they closed all the high school facilities, it was really touted as being, a park that would help the city be used for sports. And I really hope that we can find that this is the right opportunity and the right time to move forward on turf and give the city finally a balance of both turf and grass. Lastly, I know there's been a lot about costs. I just want to make sure we're all also considering that we do save some money in the operating expenses when the turf goes in. So please consider all these things, and I encourage you to please vote yes to move the turf along. Thank you.
Chris, thank you very much, Chris. Jonathan? Aye.
Okay. And unlike some of the younger speakers that have talked to you this evening, I have a prepared speech. So I'd just like to say, members of the City Council, after attending my first council meeting ever last April, I now understand why our one zip code town, the city of San Carlos, is going to spend millions on turning a 3-acre field of living grass growing in Highland parks for decades into a field of plastic turf. Dead field of plastic turf. There are statewide furloughs and layoffs. The town is threatened by a $3.5 million budget deficit and may lose its firehouse, police, and other employees who work for the city. But the turf must go in. While some soccer, baseball, or other team sport enthusiasts find synthetic turf worth playing on, no one visiting the park for any other reason will. No dog, no squirrel, bird, bee, deer, picnicker, book reader, kite flyer, nor anyone else hoping to just sit and relax alone or with friends on a field of grass will come. It makes you think, doesn't it? If only a few of us wearing jerseys with numbers will use the field in our public park, is it really being used by the general public? Is it really a public park at all? Sorry, I've lost my place here. Is it really a public park at all? If half the existing space can only be used by a small subset of the populace? Charge usage fees? And what are those individuals who can't wear a jersey with a number because they don't have a choice? Perhaps because they are simply too old or can't run around like everyone else. Aren't they the public too? Why should a public park exclude them? To the best of my knowledge, the public means you, me, and everyone else. And we all have a right to enjoy a park if indeed it is public.
Okay, so Jonathan, can you start to wrap up there on your talk?
I'll wrap it up. Yes, we have 2 minutes to 15 minutes. Is that right?
You're over that already.
I am over that.
Yes, so
Okay.
can you-
Well, I'll try and wrap it up.
No, you will wrap. Can you wrap it up, please?
Oh, okay. Well,
what's your summary? What's your point? Last point.
My point is that. Well, if you let me read my rest of what I have to say, no, I don't get to make my point.
You're over your time.
Oh, I see. Okay. I mean, I think I've made my point in part, and that's that public parks should be for everyone, and you shouldn't exclude so many people who just come there on a regular basis every day. I mean, there was a very old decision I think you probably know about that Solomon made some time ago. And you might take his advice here today. I mean, what we're doing effectively is splitting the baby in two with a knife instead of giving the baby to one mother or the other.
We're going to have to move on here. Great. Thank you very much. Joy? I apologize for setting an expectation, but I only have 2 more right now.
Good evening. Thanks, Mr. Griselli, for pronouncing my last name properly. I guess the work with my Uncle Nick helped the past years.
Absolutely.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Joy Papapietro. I had the pleasure of attending last Wednesday's Park and Rec Commission meeting, of which I'm a little confused tonight because the chairman came and spoke and said you must put the turf in, yet the actual vote on the commission that evening was to recommend that you did not install the turf. If the intent Wednesday evening was to panic the people over park closures, which affect our home values, the displacement of our seniors, or any of their activities, which affect our moms, our dads, our neighbors, basically our foundation, as well as threaten the closure of our youth center, which affect our children, our future. The issue of feeling ridiculous going back to PAMF to remove the restriction, don't get it. You have a chance to stand up and be one with our city. I voted yes for Measure G and would revote in a second, but I guess hearing tonight's wow factor, don't have to worry about that. What I would like to know is who says improvement is synthetic turf? Isn't perception? That's not my perception of improvement. My perception of improvement and being in the green city of good living would be putting cisterns up, collecting water, regrassing with way better grass that's out there, genetically improved grass. I voted no on Measure U, and if you must know, my decision was not made to hurt our city. It was made to encourage change. It's hard to vote yes on a measure to collect $2 million when we already have it. Many of us have taken severe pay cuts and have lost jobs. We've been forced into making changes. I've even heard more today about how San Carlos only gets 13 cents on the dollar compared to neighboring cities' average of 20 cents. Matt, I hope you don't mind me quoting you, but you did say, while it's true we get a lower percentage, it doesn't mean we get lower revenue. Belmont gets a higher percentage of property taxes, but receives fewer dollars because property values are lower in Belmont than in San Carlos.
Joy, can you start wrapping up?
My reply is simple. I don't care how much of an allowance Susie gets. We have to live within our budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Adam Alberti and John Carlson.
Good evening, Council. My name's Adam Alberti, 343 Manzanita Avenue, San Carlos. I'm relatively new to the community, about 6 years, and since I've been here, this has been pretty hot topic. So this fight's been going on a long time, too long. Too many missteps have been made along the way, which causes more and more of these meetings. The only way we can stop that is by an action by you tonight. I urge you to take that action. We've heard a lot tonight, but we haven't heard anything about the environment, bacteria, or costs. We hear about budget. That's the latest argument for delay. We can't take that delay anymore. We need to move forward. I hope you approve this contract tonight. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. John Carlson.
Hi, Mayor Royce, council members, John Carlson, resident of San Carlos for 16-some years. I haven't heard a whole lot of people address the actual question which is before the committee, which is whether or not to approve the contract to go forward with interstate grading. So I'm going to address that. I highly encourage you to go forward with the contract with interstate grading, paving and grading, and I encourage you to do it without the delay option. I believe the lawsuit is frivolous and will get tossed. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to speak on this topic? Okay. Here, move we close.
Well, there is no public
There's
hearing.
not a public hearing.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Discussion.
Yeah, we
So
can-
who'd like to start off?
I'll start with discussion if we're going to go to
Please.
discussion.
And-
Okay.
And by the way, we could go back to you. I mean, this is pretty complicated. You want to start off with a few points and
No,
we
I can
move
just
around.
finish up.
Okay.
And then I won't talk anymore. So I'm the only council member up here who has yet to really vote on turf. We voted on the amendment, changing it coconut to rubber, and that was it.
Other way.
Rubber to coconut. So let me start. I understand this has been going on for a long time. There's a lot of mention of rushing into this. I don't know where 10 years becomes rushing. 10 years is a really long time. Nothing has been rushed. And there may have been missteps. Maybe this should have been done before, but this is definitely not rushed. The discussion that's come up tonight, we've strayed away from the environmental issues, the traffic, all of that, and now it's all about budget. It's all about the PAMP funds since we're not spending Measure G funds. So we should talk about the PAMP funds. $1 million. That's it. It's $1 million. I wish I could tell you that was going to make a difference, but it's not. We have a $25 million budget. We're in a $3.6 million hole. Our Parks and Rec department alone is a $5 million per year budget. So this $1 million is 20%. If we were to overturn the PAMP funds and if we were to ask, I hate to tell everyone in this room, but I would not ask for them to go to parks. I would ask for them to go to public safety So it wouldn't help the parks in my mind in general. I don't know how the rest of the council would vote, but I would ask for them to go to public safety because I believe public safety is the number one job we have in this town. We have to keep our people safe. Parks are great. Parks are important. But if you can't walk down the streets, parks don't matter because you're not going to be there anyways. So with that said, if we put the $1 million into general funds, we would spend that in 2 weeks. This town spends $2 million a month. This $1 million would last 2 weeks. And after those 2 weeks, where would we be? We wouldn't have any turf, and we wouldn't have the $1 million. So we'd be stuck again. We'd be watching our fields degrade. And all of you who here who really want to keep our parks open, you'd be back, and you'd be asking us to keep your parks open. The people who've been passing around these flyers, the San Carlos Parks people, they'd be at home because they would have defeated the turf issue. That would have been their win, and the rest of you would be here still asking, why are my parks still closing? So let's be true. You have to look where the argument's coming from. Save San Carlos Park's sole purpose is to defeat the turf issue. That's just the truth. That's a fact. That is their sole purpose. They're suing the city and then talking about the way we should spend our money frugally. But they are suing us. They are spending some of your money. So on to that. Measure U has been compared to these $2 million we're spending here on this turf. Measure U was going to last 6 years to the tune of $2 million to $2.2 million. This would be a one-time injection of $1 million. It doesn't make any sense. Turf will save us money in the long run. There are less maintenance fees. We don't need to water it as much. We don't need to mow it. It will be one field left we could have that would stand up to all this increase in playing time. Yeah, Arguello may close, Crestview may close. Those are just recommendations yet. And I feel horrible about that. I grew up in Arguello Park. I live next to Crestview. But we asked this city to give us more money to keep us going through this recession. The city said live within your means. So when we start cutting our expenditures, the city says don't do that. Well, you can't have it both ways. You can't tell us to live within our means, and then the minute we try to do it, say don't do that because it now affects me. That's being a little hypocritical. So we have to understand the message that was given with Measure U. It said live within your means, and we're trying to do that. But to forego capital expense to go into operating costs doesn't make any sense. If we have this turf, we will have it, people have said 8 years. We've amortized it for 8 years because that's how long the warranty goes. Tell me the last time you bought something that cracked out on the day the warranty expired. They usually go a bit longer. That's why warranties work. So we will have this for 10 to 12 years. It'll be a $2 million expenditure we'll be able to have for 12 years. If we get rid of it now, it'll give us 2 weeks and we'll have nothing to show for it. So I'm sorry. I know people are very upset. People are able to sit back and think this is actually going to save us. There are no easy solutions. Parks isn't the only cuts we're going to be making. We are looking at cuts to our police, cuts to our fire, cuts all around this city. There's no easy solutions anymore. This $1 million won't make a difference. It'll be gone in 2 weeks. But we can make a difference by having one field that's going to have quality play. And there was a lot of people who came out and said this shouldn't be done because of spending $2 million for one segment of our population. We do that a lot. Did you complain when we put in a playground at Burton Park? Have you complained when we put in tennis courts or basketball courts? All of these things in our parks, they only go to one segment of our population. But overall, we have a healthy park system because of that. It hits at all levels. And Highlands Park, we are only turfing over one field. There's another field that's grass. So you still can walk your dog. You still can fly your kite. You still can have a picnic. There's a playground there. There's a tennis court there. It's a fully functional park. You know, when you complain and say that this one park or this one decision is only favoring one segment, yeah, it's for the athletes. But we have made a lot of expenditures through the history of this city, the youth center, the adult community center, that have favored one segment of our group. But by doing so, we balance it out. By doing so, everybody wins. And we are still going to have $400,000 left over in Measure G, so we can still do trails, which was the number one priority. But by only 4% saying they wanted turf, that doesn't mean 96% of the people were against it. If you ask me if I want a 4Runner or a Honda, and I say a Honda, it doesn't mean I wouldn't take a 4Runner. It just means the Honda was the first choice I had. I mean, that's how scientific surveys work. If you asked 100% of the people, do you want turf or nothing, I think you get a different response. So I'm going to vote in favor of this tonight. I think it's the right thing to do. I think we've been doing this too long, and we have to look at long-term goals. We have to look at long-term decisions. Giving this money, attempting to go back to PAMP and giving this money to the general fund, we will watch it disappear. It's not a long-term solution. It's a short-term Band-Aid when what we really need now is surgery. So I'll be voting yes.
Thank you. Who'd want to go next?
I'll shoot.
Someone's gotta go.
Yeah, I'll shoot. Why not? Yeah. Mr. Mayor, this is a decision that's taken about 10 years to come through, so I will take just a few minutes to go through my thinking. I do want to quote one speaker, Robert Stafford, who mentioned we have great people on both sides of the issue. I think that is something that does need to be repeated. There are passions on both sides, but there are good people on both sides. Since joining the council, I have blogged about and spoken regarding the reaction from, if you will, the soccer community and if you will, the greater athletic community and the people who live around the Highlands area. There are real issues. There are real impacts. Both sides could be nicer. Both sides can make accommodations. Both sides need to make accommodations. The soccer community wants something, and they need to treat the neighborhood and recognize that they are guests in the neighborhood. I will take Mr. Morella at his word that he will move those agendas forward. We got tons of email. Everybody did. And there were some very, ignoring the people on, if you will, the polar sides of the issue. You either do this or, we will hang you in effigy, or if you do this, we'll do the same thing. Every day on council is a party, but tonight we're a piñata.
Where's my candy?
Yeah, I wish. So while we're being a piñata, there were a lot of people in the middle who wanted genuine information. What is it we're doing? What is the money supposed to do? How can I help? And I wanted to speak to this. There were people who had creative ideas that want to get involved, who want to help. This is an incredibly creative community. I was taking some numbers. I mean, we spoke about who we appointed to EDAC. I just took a rough count. There were 2 people with PhDs, 7 with master's degrees. I think a half dozen of them run small businesses. This is an amazing community. I mean, I don't know where you get these kind of people.
They're all overqualified for city council.
Yeah, way over. They were smart enough to realize that they wanted to go for the commission instead of city council. But we have incredibly creative people who are passionate about making our community better. I want to offer 2 points. Number 1, there is a Park and Rec Foundation. That is the vehicle to help us raise money for Parks and Rec. Number 2, headed up by a number of folks in the room and former Mayor Tom Davids, is San Carlos Together. That is a group that is trying to build volunteer coordination to help make our parks better. I will challenge everyone in this room. If this is an issue you have passion around, please help us. We are not going to thumb our nose. We are not going to turn down good ideas. But these are the vehicles that you can use to help us. And I'm genuinely asking for your help, your creativity, and anything you can put forward is what we're looking for. I run a business. I've said it myself, geez, if government would just run like a business. And then I got into this thing and I realized, oh, I can't run it like a business because I'm not allowed to make a profit. Because frankly, we got some monopolies on some stuff, and frankly, I had tweaked some rates because we could make some money on this sucker. But you're not allowed to. We're allowed to charge for costs. And the best run department we can get is one that breaks even. But costs go up. In economic recessions, demands go up. We'll never have a government that should make a surplus. By the way the game is jiggered, we're not supposed to. So to some extent, we start to say, well, if we've got money, how do we do the most good? What is the most we can do with this? There was questions about impact. There were questions about return on investment. There were questions about mission critical. I think Mr. Klein spoke quite eloquently about what we try to do. There is money that we can move forward. I'm an entrepreneur sitting on my seat and wringing my hands hoping that something will change is not in my nature, and that's not what we're supposed to do. I mean, there was the great analogy, ships are pretty safe at the harbor, but that's not what ships are for. I got a very interesting letter, Mr. Mayor, which I'll just read a couple of lines. Dear Vice Mayor Ahmad, good day and compliments. You are a person of high moral character and someone I trust. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is General Apache. I am from the Chief Republic of Nigeria. My late husband has $80 million US.
Okay, we get it.
Now here's the deal. I think everybody recognizes that as a scam. Now, I've actually helped people who sent the money. It's kind of wacky, but it's a scam. It uses a red herring. It says, here is a pot of money. All you got to do is help me move it out. Let's talk about some of the tactics that were used here. There's a classic thing of the red herring. Pay no attention to the facts. Let me scare you with something over here. You can never use the turf to fly a kite. Toy airplanes, walking, bull, can't do it. That's a red herring. Everything you do on grass, you can do on turf. It's kind of interesting. My folks live in Florida. I just went down there, and it was interesting that they were putting turf on a field primarily used by seniors. I was scratching my head going, what are you doing here? I said, well, frankly, they're kind of worried about gophers and salamanders and all those other things. And frankly, it's a nice smooth surface. All the seniors put on their sneakers. They love walking on turf. Okay, interesting. Throughout the 10 years, we've heard fear, uncertainty, and doubt, aka FUD, being used. It's interesting. We need to talk about environmental impact. This will reduce carbon emissions by simply watering the lawn. Yes, there is carbon emissions if you put water on the lawn, and by keeping the grass as it stands right now, it's 9 tons of CO2 will get released into the atmosphere. Folks are legitimately scared of MRSA. However, I pointed people to the Penn State study that went through and said the artificial surface grows an order of magnitude less bacteria than natural grass. We can talk about water, what the percentage is, and the fact that we're going to be saving, give or take, about 5 million gallons a year. Those are important issues. Those are some things that I care about. I guess I can just wrap it up, Mr. Mayor, that we have learned that these are restricted funds. This has been going on for quite some time. There are legitimate issues to work through. I will be voting for this. Like I said, tonight we're the piñata. There's a lot I would love to talk about the budget. It's not on the agenda. So legally, I can't. We're going to get plenty of bites at the apple. I think my record, at least in terms of voting on budget, is pretty well known. So when it comes up, I don't think anybody's going to be surprised how I lean. But it strikes me that sitting, wringing our hands, not moving forward doesn't make sense to me. And if I could take this money and use it for cops, I would. But that's not what we can do. I yield.
Okay, age before beauty. As was mentioned before, Mr. Grocott and I have been for 4 years talking about this. Mr. Grocott's actually been talking about it for 8 years, I think. One of the speakers, I come from a financial background, one of the speakers said capital expenditures, operating expenditures. And that was the crux of my points when I looked at this. Mr. Klein alluded to it earlier. It's a slippery slope when you start to use capital expenditures for operating expenditures. I realize it can be counterintuitive to look at this situation and say, how can you spend all this money for one park and possibly, and we haven't even gotten to that point yet, as Mr. Ahmad said, we're going to get to that in the next month or two, and possibly close other parks. But if you don't have any parks to use the money for, you can't use it on them. In other words, if all this money magically became an operating amount, and we still, unfortunately, might have to close, if we did close parks, if that comes to pass, that money can't be used for them. They're closed. What do we use it for now? This will give us an opportunity to have at least one facility in this city that can be used, and it can be used most all the time. It's been talked about, other parts of the budget. We're not into that tonight. There's lots of moving parts. I thank Mr. Weil, Mr. Long, the staff, for explaining, I thought, in very good English, the facts of where this money comes from and how it can be used. I voted for this 4 years ago when I came on the council. I'll be voting for it again. I believe it's time to move forward. I think, like I said, it won't help us to have operating funds that we change this to operating funds that we cannot use because we have nothing to use it on, if that comes to pass. And so, again, it's my colleagues have said other points. I'll yield my time. Mr. Crocott.
Mr. Crocott.
Yes. Oh, okay. I cleared my throat. Sorry. Well, I certainly understand that we can't use the operating funds or the capital improvement funds, excuse me, and switch them over to operations. And I said as much to a few folks who wrote to me individually on this issue, that we've always kept a clear demarcation between this money's operational, this money is capital, and usually a lot of the capital money we receive is restricted anyways. When we receive it, it might come from a certain source, and that certain source says you can only use it for this. Similar to Palo Alto Medical Foundation giving us money, or the Park and Lieu funds, or the Measure G funds. So it's difficult to do any switchover. The thing I'm struggling with, though, is, and staff brought this up at the previous meeting to ours, the Park and Rec Commission, about closing parks. Makes it real difficult to want to spend money on one park when you're talking about closing all the others. And it seems a little unfair to talk about closing other parks, but oh, by the way, we're going to keep this one open where we've got this project we want to do, we want to upgrade, we want to put in artificial turf and make a nice sports complex out of it. And we're going to keep that one open, but Arguello, Loyola, Crestview, we're going to close those. We didn't do a project there, we're going to close it. That to me is unfair. I don't think that's a good message to send out to the community. I really question why that message is being sent out to the community. I don't know what you were thinking. And I'm angry about it because I think staff played politics with the community on that one. And I called the mayor the day that came out in the newspaper, and I said those exact words to the mayor, and I don't appreciate it. I think what staff was saying there was, you didn't approve a tax measure, we're going to take away these services, we're going to take them away where they hurt you the most. It just doesn't make sense. It does not make sense to be telling people you're going to close all these parks, but you're going to keep this one open because we put in this nice feature, artificial turf, that you can use in the rain or sleet and snow. I do have trouble with spending $2 million on a field that's primarily, you saw the people here, there's people that spoke in favor of this. You didn't have anybody come here and say, I want artificial grass so I can go walk around, or I can fly my kite, or I can walk my dog. You saw people who spoke in favor of this speak in favor of it because they play one sport, soccer. You didn't even see anybody come here say, I want an artificial turf so I can play baseball or frisbee golf or any other sport. They said, I want this artificial turf because my kid plays soccer and we want to play soccer in the rain and we want to be able to play winter soccer and so forth. Soccer goes pretty much all year round. And it's really difficult for me to spend $2 million for one segment of the community. I understand we spent $1 million, I guess it was, Mr. Long, on Burton Park Playground. And when that went in, I was amazed, simply amazed when that opened and how many people were there at the opening. And then to this day, when I drive by that park almost any time, when kids are out of school, there's tons of kids there. My kid, all the time. Dad, when's the next time we're going to Burton Park? Loves the place. There's other parks that are, Circle Park. We did the same thing. Basically, it's a nice park. It's got a lot of the same features as Burton Park, but for some reason, man, that's the place to go. And the difference is you've got that kind of facility, and it is a gathering spot. Families go there. Families hang out there and talk and enjoy one another's company while their kids play. There's water feature. There's in the summertime that gets used. I mean, it's really available to all the public, and the benefit of that park is to all the public. You put in artificial turf, I'm sorry, but the benefit to that is primarily to one group. Yes, Mr. Ahmad, you can go there and walk around. No, please do not interrupt me. I did not interrupt you, so let me finish. And
I just wanted to make a motion for the
I'm sorry,
time.
no. You can go to that park. Yes, you can go to Artificial Turf Park. You can walk around and enjoy it, but it is not there for that purpose. It is there for one purpose. And we've heard it. It's there, artificial turf. Why are we putting it in? We're putting it in so that we can extend playtime. I think one of these gentlemen said that, so we can extend playtime for one sport, soccer, and primarily for one segment of that sport, because it's not all little kids out there who are 6 years old playing soccer in the rain. It's the older kids, and it's the adult programs. So I really struggle with, as someone else, one of the public speakers said, why are we taking all the capital fund improvement money that we've collected together through, now in this case, not Measure G anymore, but Park and Lou and Palo Alto Medical Foundation. And it was clear. The PAMF money does not have to be used for fields alone. It can also be used for other athletic facilities. It could be used to put in backstops. It could be used on trails. That's an athletic event. Basketball courts, tennis courts. It could be used for other things. We're choosing. We're making a policy decision. We're going to spend all the PAMF money on one project, one field, at one park. I don't agree. I don't agree that that's the way we should be using the money. I think it should be used more to the benefit, spread the wealth around, use it to the benefit of the whole community in different parts of the community. And if we want to put in artificial turf on fields, then we need to raise those user fees to a lot higher than $38. Thank you.
Through the chair, could I make a motion to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock, please?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
For the record, Mr. Grocott, that was the exclusive issue of my raising my hand.
Okay. I think a lot of what was talked about, I think, were two items, is why the heck are we spending it now? And then the trend is, can we spend it on operations? I think it really came out clearly in letters and discussions and over the past week and public comment this evening. Actually, Councilmember Griselli, his opening comment is a little bit where I'm going. I will talk a little bit about, as a financial background, it's a huge difference between capital investment and operations, or what we call our general fund. And we could talk about actually how the city does that now, and I'm going to also talk about, because people say, let's run it like a business, how businesses do it. Well, everybody talks about this, capital money, spending $101.7 million. Well, we also are responsible in City Council to the citizens of San Carlos doing a lot of other capital expenditures. And you are probably aware, but maybe haven't thought about it, but let me get you thinking about it. Right across the freeway, we have a garbage, facility and a recycle facility. If you drive by there, the recycle facility's gone, and the garbage facility that takes everything to Ox Mountain is going to be gone within the year.
We're spending about $40 million. Now, that's not we, San Carlos. We are part of 12 cities. But our portion is about 10%. It's about $4 million of a worn-out facility that serves us for 30 years. And part of the business is you actually, every once in a while, you kind of redo, you rebuild. And capital means an investment for the future. You put a hunk of money up front, whether or not you borrow it or you have reserves or you charge fees that fund the debt and so forth. But we are basically have a real major capital project that we're spending money on now, and there are some real advantages on the cost of the bids, helping labor, people that don't have jobs, very efficiently. That's dry garbage. Let's go to wet garbage. Do you know that we're spending rebuilding the entire sewage, which is another joint powers authority, called South Bay Waste down on the other thing, that we are one of 5 cities plus 3 or 4 other cities. And Mr. Griselli, we're spending 50, 55 million? How much?
Share.
Huh?
Our share.
Our-
It's over $300 million.
Our share. Okay, so we're spending $300 million for the whole, for taking care of our waste. Again, this is capital improvement that is being done. And I've used Intel as an example because people always say, let's run it like a business. Well, if you go back and look at their annual report, look at their profit and loss. Intel in their year ended 2009, which was a tough year. That was last year. They had a tough year. Everybody had a tough year. It was probably the worst year, the Great Depression, we call it. Their revenues were $40 billion. They spent $20 billion on non-operational stuff. They spent $5 million on investments in other companies, investments in the future they're going to pay back over the next 5 to 10 years. They spent $5 million on capital improvements. Capital, that's what we're talking about here. They spent $5 million on R&D. Now that's kind of operational, but it's an investment on R&D on their processes and their products that are going to benefit them 4, 5, 6 years later. And they got another $5 million of profit, which goes into reserves, which goes into the future investments of things they want to get in. So that's $20 billion, and that's big dollars. This is how business operates. They also have to spend a little money on some lawsuits, too. I'm sure they have to put some stuff away, as you know. But here it is, $20 billion of $40 billion they take in are on investments in the future. And that's how you run these organizations. That's how you run a business. And so we had one speaker, I won't say a name, that said, let's move capital to operations. I'm a real firm believer. You need to manage your operations. You need to manage your general fund. And we have a structural problem. And by moving capital money at the end of 6 or 12 months, at the end of that period of time, whether depending, you look at our burn rate at $2 million, like Mr. Klein referred to, at the end of 6 or 12 months, you're not going to have a field. And you will have basically what I call extended the pain. Extend is a bad word. It's basically you're not fixing the structural problem in your general fund spending. We have the job to do that as part of budget, and we're not going to talk about that this evening. But we do need to think smart. We need to invest in the future, and that's why I'm so passionate about capital. So all that talk, that's how I feel about capital. I think there were also some good points. Is this the right time? There are, 1,500 kids that play soccer. I think with CY, there's more, a couple hundred more. We've been talking about this for eight years. The money is there. We can't use it on operations. With the economy and the bidding coming in versus 2.2, it's now 1.7, very attractive. I think it's a good time to invest in the future from a timing point of view. And if I could also just talk about a couple of the comments that really hit home
of what you, the people, said of San Carlos, is this field need, the need for our kids now, I just talked about. And the other one, the last one I will talk about, is the community involvement. People were using that to say, let's do more of that. We've been doing that. I've been around enough to know and attended a lot of those field committee meetings, 3-4 years ago. I've knocked on a lot of doors when I campaigned. The community's been very involved throughout this entire process. And I apologize to the public on why it's taken so long. So I am ready to move forward this evening, and I will end by the pleasure it is to be on council with such a respected group of intelligent people in San Carlos. I think everybody this evening handled themselves so well and expressed themselves so well and with respect for each other, and I really, it makes our job easy, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Can I make a
Any
motion, or are we still going to talk? Okay, I would like to make a motion, and it's not really written in the alternatives because Robert Weil brought it up to us later. I would like to make a motion to award a construction contract in the amount of $1,746,150 to Interstate Grading and Paving Incorporated for the Highlands Field renovation synthetic turf project C9345 to be deferred until April 21st. Is that good enough?
I'd just suggest that you authorize the city manager to execute the contract up through April 21st.
Okay, can we just add that amendment on? Do I need a re-motion?
No.
Okay.
Just as stated.
So, as stated.
Second.
Okay, we have first, second. Any other discussion before we take the vote? Mr. Grocott?
Yeah, I just have a question on the, someone brought up May 23rd is the judgment date. What is the judgment date?
That's the date that, with the present hearing, Judge Weiner would be required by law to issue her opinion. She could issue it earlier than that, but that's the last day that she could issue the opinion.
Questions, Matt? Anything else?
I'm trying to understand. So your point on the 90 days or is what? Do you want to avoid?
I want to give, well, Mr. Weil and staff has recommended to us to give them as much time as possible, but we have to pick up these bids within a 90-day period, so that would extend it to the last day possible.
Anything else?
Can I call the question?
I'll do that. Yeah. Roll call. Christine?
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
Yes. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Mr. Mayor, move for a 10-minute recess.
10-minute recess.
Yeah. He did let everybody want to clap. Direct.
Oh.
So now I can actually like watch this channel for reasons that I can't quite figure, but.
Now we got to talk about the fun stuff, medical
Yeah.
marijuana.
What do I call back to order, or I cancel
Resume the meeting.
Resume meeting. Okay, we are moving on to we have 11B and C, and then we have a couple of consent calendar items that we've moved here to the end, and then public comment. Anybody else that would like to speak, we'll put those there. So 11B, Ordinance City of San Carlos, add Chapter 8.09 to Municipal Code Regulation of Collective Cultivation, Distribution of Medical Marijuana, and requiring licensing of medical marijuana collectives within the City of San Carlos. Mr. Rubens?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight is, for introduction, is a proposed ordinance to regulate collective cultivation and distribution of marijuana in the City of San Carlos. Proposition 215 passed in 1996, combined with the Fair Use Act that the legislature enacted, made marijuana a qualified or possession and growing of marijuana entitled to limited exemption from prosecution for possession. You have to have a medical marijuana card, and it's because of that criminal exemption, these collectives now are allowed under state law, and there's no criminal prosecution available when you have a medical marijuana card or you are in one of these collectives. There's a lot of confusion in the public eye about the difference between a collective and a dispensary. This ordinance is not allowing dispensaries where people try to sell marijuana or marijuana-related products. It simply allows for collectives, which are defined very specifically in the ordinance, people who collectively work together to grow and distribute marijuana just among themselves for no money. The only money that can go into one of these collectives is the money required to raise the marijuana. This ordinance is modeled largely after the County of San Mateo's ordinance that the county has asked cities in San Mateo County to enact. It does not allow dispensaries. It actually has some language to prohibit dispensaries. Dispensaries are also not allowed under our zoning code because they're illegal activity to sell marijuana. The genesis of this, though, stepping back for a minute, is really because the Attorney General has issued some guidelines, and the federal government has issued an advisory ruling that they're not going to enforce marijuana enforcement that's consistent with state law. So there's going to be less enforcement under the federal law, and there's these Attorney General guidelines. So we're bringing this forward to you for your consideration. Tonight it's on for introduction. You could still make, when it's at the introduction phase, you could still make changes or suggestions or ask me questions about what you'd like to see in it if there's some other point. But again, it's modeled after the county's ordinance, which basically in this case, the police chief has reviewed this, and Commander Reed and I have worked on this. And instead of the way the county's doing it with a licensed board, we're going to have the chief of police review collective permit applications. And then we're going to review them and make sure they comply with the location, the standards for security, and to make sure they don't seem like a place where marijuana could be sold. Can't be within 1,000 feet of a school or residential neighborhood. So we've got a lot of protections in it for the community. I'm here for any of the questions you have about the ordinance.
Questions?
Yeah, actually.
Please.
Mr. Rubens, so you mentioned that dispensaries are prohibited by zoning, and so within the ordinance, it's not specifically a zoning issue, but you can't have a collective within 1,000 feet of a school or a residence?
A residential area, yes.
So where do you end up putting these things?
Well, I mean, there's In the industrial area of town, there would probably be some places that would qualify south of Britton Avenue.
Okay, so the Greater East Side is going to give me a call. Okay, and then
Well, it's
I
not
guess
gonna
the
be,
airport.
well, we have made it so it's not near the residential neighborhood. I mean, it's,
Okay, so they're going to hang out by the paint factory, and then the airport, I guess.
the airport's probably 1,000 feet from a residential neighborhood or a school, yeah.
Okay, so so there doesn't need to be any additional work we would have to do on the zoning side to.
Well, there may be some cleanup just to make sure that it's explicit. This ordinance has an explicit prohibition on dispensaries, so in other words, the chief of police can't issue a permit to somebody who's asking for a dispensary.
For the dispensaries, but for the collectives.
But for collectives, if they meet all the requirements, the chief could issue a permit.
I have a couple questions.
Yeah, Mr. Klein.
Is the footage it's required to be away from residential area, away from San Carlos residential areas, or all residential areas?
Well, I think we've historically interpreted those types of restrictions to include all residential areas.
So we're pinning this down to a pretty small radius in the town that's actually so far away from Redwood City and so far away from Redwood Shores. Okay,
And
that's
that
fine.
language is similar to the county's restriction. And the county is dealing with just the unincorporated parts of the county. So they're even limiting it further in their smaller unincorporated areas.
Okay. And then are dispensaries illegal in California or just in our zoning code?
Well, the sale of marijuana is illegal statewide.
So it's a chicken or an egg question then. How do you get the pot to have a pot club if you're not allowed to buy it?
But you grow it.
Yeah, well, yeah, but that requires at some point you're purchasing something.
But they can well, under the law you can under the health and safety code, people can grow who have a card can grow marijuana.
Okay, that's the only questions I have.
A certain number of plants.
Okay, any other questions?
No, through the chair, I'm sorry, through the chair, could we make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:15, please?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry,
Opposed?
Matt.
That's
Didn't
right.
mean to interrupt you.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Mr. Grocott, any question?
So, one of the things I'm trying to understand here is that from reading through this, you would go to the collective even to use the marijuana. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. Someone who had a medical marijuana card would go to the collective to grow and process the marijuana for personal use, but they could theoretically go to their home alone and use the marijuana in their home legally under state law with having a medical marijuana card.
Now I'm curious. I guess I'll go ahead and ask the question. If it's off topic, given that that's the case, what you just said, would we be able to later look at something similar to what Belmont did with a smoking ordinance? Are we allowed to look at something that would limit the use of marijuana in multi-unit housing?
That's an interesting question because remember it's a limited exemption from criminal prosecution. So I suppose that's an open
Yeah, there's
question.
another thing in here about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I don't-
if we pass this, then we can't go there? And could we go there now in advance of passing this?
What I'm saying is that even if the city passed a very restrictive smoking ordinance, that medical marijuana, this Prop 215 and the act might prevent us from doing a criminal prosecution. It might not. It doesn't prevent us from doing civil remedies. So if we constructed an ordinance that would allow for civil remedies or injunctive relief, we could pursue it in that way. But it just would be a criminal penalty. I think
But
that's
there
the
could be
question.
some penalty.
You could have a penalty. It could be just as long as it's not criminal. So we could
What's
do-
not criminal, like a misdemeanor fine or something?
No,
or-
that would be criminal.
Oh.
What it would be, we could perhaps administrative fines or a nuisance action.
And what's that mean?
Nuisance action would be a civil lawsuit saying that the smoke emanating from your property is a public nuisance.
And then what?
Then the court could issue an injunction, assuming we could take it that far over those types of things, and we could I'll construct a hypothetical. Let's say we have a bunch of people with medical marijuana cards who are at somebody's house, smoking marijuana all afternoon. I mean, that could be a nuisance, but they're not operating a collective there because they're not growing it. They're using it. So that they'd all be entitled, if they all had medical marijuana cards, they'd all be entitled to this immunity from prosecution for possession of marijuana. But they might be a public nuisance for continuously smoking and causing a problem. That would be
I
a
guess-
civil action.
But my concern is that there is language in here that says, I don't know, is this prohibiting us from doing anything in the future? That's what I'm asking.
It's not.
There's language in here I saw, nothing in this chapter 8.09.080. Nothing in this chapter shall be deemed to make it unlawful for an individual to grow marijuana at his or her residence, or to consume it there, so forth. So if we pass this, does that prevent us from doing anything in the future?
No, it wouldn't because, it wouldn't because this is an ordinance that you could amend if it became a problem, first of all. And second of all, that paragraph itself is really to distinguish the collective from the individual user who has the card.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the question is, could you do another ordinance to supersede that? Yes, you could, because you'd have a new ordinance that might regulate that activity or a portion of the activity.
Okay. It would be nice with this document, I don't know, if we could hold off on this. There are some questions Mr. Klein asked, about where this might happen. It'd be nice to have a map of San Carlos showing us exactly what's the impacted area that we're talking about to go along with this.
Yeah. Through the chair, isn't though the point of this is basically to protect us? Because if we don't have an ordinance, then we're wide open to more things, isn't it?
Right.
Isn't that the reason we're doing this?
Yeah.
I'm trying to make the point that you may have a lot of questions where it's going to be and whatever. If we don't have it, we're in worse shape than if we do have it. That's the way I understand this. Is that correct, Mr.
That's
Rubin?
right.
Okay, so I think that's important to bring out.
Well, I wasn't
And if-
saying I was against it.
I'm not saying you're against it. I'm just trying to make the point. If we don't want to, in my opinion, this is going to help us, and if we need to amend it or fix it later, the sooner we get it on the books, the sooner we got it, then we can massage it, fix it, amend it, figure out, draw the map. Or
So perhaps
whatever.
to my point, since it is you're right, it's an introduction.
Yeah.
But when it comes back to us,
Yeah,
we could have a map.
We could have a map.
Sure. I mean, I agree. That'd be fine. But I think this is really important because the way I understand it, this is going to help us. So we're not wide open, sort of like the sign thing we had.
Yeah.
It's going to help us.
Yeah,
Anyway,
we've restricted where collectives can be with
Right.
this ordinance.
So
So,
anyway.
so looking at the hour here of the evening, we have a couple speakers here who'd like to speak on this item. Richard Crone and Heidi Crone. You guys could do it in whatever order you would like.
Richard Crone, residence of San Carlos for 14 years. I've been raised 2 children in this community and seen others, not only through the Boy Scout activity that I mentioned. We just spent, 4 or 5 hours talking about turf and facilities for our children. Keeping them away from drugs like marijuana is one of the biggest parental challenges of our time. And endorsing any form of legalized marijuana gives attention to the topic that makes it even harder as a parent. And showing maps of where this could be done, close to an airport and other heavy transportation facilities, seems like it's setting it up for not legal activity, but illegal activity, and the wrong message to give to our youth when we're spending $1.7 million to try to direct them in the right way.
Thank you. Heidi? And then Adam Klickman would be next.
I don't know if you saw the PBS special on the Botany of Desire, where they showed what marijuana cultivation has become. It's become an enormous agricultural industry, and you can imagine in those warehouses, there'd be an enormous warehouse full of grow lights, full of this high potency stuff. It's not like the marijuana that was available in the 60s, 70s, whenever, this stuff is really strong. And, you're going to have warehouses full of this stuff down there. And you're telling me that, somebody's going to come in with their medical marijuana card and they're going to grow it. You're talking about a community garden in a warehouse to grow an illegal drug that doesn't belong in San Carlos. I would rather see Highlands Park become a community garden with people growing organic vegetables than the plastic field that you all, voted for tonight. I think that I just can't see this happening in San Carlos, legally. It just doesn't seem right. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam? Staying up late with us, huh?
Yeah, figure might as well show up. Hello, my name is Adam Glickman, and I live in Belmont. I've lived there for many years, about 15 years. I'm also an Oaksterdam student out of Oakland, which is a legal school of raising and dealing with the whole cannabis that's been allowed from Prop 215 and Senate Bill 420. Currently, the only place to obtain medical marijuana in San Mateo County without delivery is in Montera. And there's a lot of patients here that are in tremendous pain. I have people in my close family who have had cancer, multiple sclerosis, knee problems, various things of such nature, and this seems to help. I'm interested in collectives to enable these medical marijuana patients to obtain legal medicine locally so they don't have to be in this pain. And also to have a collective to allow, or I'm interested in collectives that would allow this to happen. The main issue I find that's difficult in the proposal is the 10 patients per collective. And I realize there's a difference between the collectives and the dispensaries, and I agree. I agree that becoming LA would be the worst thing possible for the peninsula, and there needs to be some strict limits and some agreements between both sides to this, or maybe there's more than one side either, or two sides. The other, I'll call them dispensaries, have over hundreds of patients, and they're allowed to do this legally. It's been actually able to show decrease in crime in LA by having collectives and legal means. These are able to recover costs.
If you could wrap up about 20 seconds, sir.
Sure. These dispensaries or collectives are allowed to recover costs. It might be useful to look at Measure Z out of Oakland. That seems to be working really well. It's a revenue and a business department held, and it's community-led. The law enforcement, of course, is on panel as well as safety. And this seems to be adding value to the city. Oakland also allows refining and cooking, which is healthier than smoking of this stuff, especially for people who are bedridden. So, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Anybody else like to speak on this? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I move introduction of ordinance number
1418.
Ordinance of the City of San Carlos adding Chapter 8.09 to the Municipal Code, regulation of collective cultivation and distribution of medical marijuana, and requiring licensing of medical marijuana collectives within the City of San Carlos.
Your second?
Second. And I just want to make a point that this council is not endorsing, or not endorsing, but certainly not endorsing the growing of marijuana. It's the state law. So I want to make sure that everybody understands that. We're not jumping out. And again, it's to our benefit, as I mentioned to Mr. Rubens, and I think the police chief is, nodding that it's a benefit to pass an ordinance like this. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
We haven't heard from the police chief. Can we hear from the police chief on this?
That'd be great. Chief? Yeah.
Good evening, Greg Rothis, Police Chief. As has been stated already here, a couple things that are important. First of all, the use of medical marijuana is already legal. Without the ordinance as it stands right now, anybody can come in and set up a collective. They can put it anywhere they want. They're not regulated by the number of patients, and they can perform a lot of the exchanges. But with the ordinance, we've regulated in terms of how they sell the marijuana. They don't sell it, but how they trade it, how many patients they can have, where it can be located, the security functions around the facility, where it can't be located. Those things are not in place currently. With the adoption of the ordinance, we do get to regulate collectives. Without it, people can still have collectives. We just can't regulate it. One of the concerns is, though, that there's an enormous amount of money to be got from people who have dispensaries and who are selling medical marijuana. And they can come in and start like a collective, and they can turn into a dispensary. That's how sometimes these things happen. These dispensaries create nuisances within the communities. They do create crime within the communities, and they create problems. By regulating collectives and by having a permit signed by the chief of police, we'll know exactly what they're doing. They'll be following the rules as we've set them. There is no profit motive in this. They'll be located away from schools in a secure, alarmed facility with a lot of regulations around how they can operate. And so that's really the intent of the ordinance.
I have a question
Thank
for
you
the
very
chief, if that's okay, through the chair. Are they allowed to, I don't want to act like a child, use marijuana at these collectives?
No, they're not allowed to use them outside or in their cars. There's some ordinances around where about
But
what
they're
they can
not
do.
allowed to in the collective itself?
No, they're not allowed to use it there or about the collective, around the collective, so that it doesn't turn into a site where they can gather and smoke marijuana.
Well, I was worried about the driving
Right.
from to and from home. So, okay, that's my only question.
Thank you. That made it much more clear.
Thank you for also staying a little later there, Chief. Okay.
I already
Call the question?
moved and seconded.
Oh, yes.
Ms. Boland?
Councilmember Ahmad?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
Yes.
Through the chair, could I make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30, please?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
11C, discussion of San Carlos participating potentially in World Health Day 2010. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Last October, County Supervisor Groom hosted a symposium in Redwood Shores on the topic of active public spaces and encouraging folks to walk, ride bikes, and to engage in non-auto activities. The staff report talks about that event and indicates that on January 27th, 8 of the 20 cities in the county sent representatives to a meeting to explore the possibility of participating in an event along these lines called World Health Day. At that event, both Park and Rec Director Long and Councilmember Grocott attended. And Councilmember Grocott suggests that we bring this to council to discuss possibilities. Initially, as I understand it, in talking to Mr. Long and Mr. Grocott, there was a concept of perhaps closing El Camino Real along several cities, up to 8 on that day. It's a Sunday. And to perhaps close one lane as opposed to closing the whole street. There's also been talk about closing other streets and encouraging walking. When staff looked at this in preparation of bringing this to you, one of the concerns I think we had was the budget impact, because obviously since this is an event on a Sunday, we would have to be paying people overtime to potentially close streets and traffic control, et cetera. And so one of the things that we kicked around was the notion of, since we do have some resources in the community and at the city, things like bike maps, hiking trail maps, we have groups like the Historical Society, some of the walking tours that Tom Davids puts on and things like that, that it might be the case that some of those resources the city has and also some of the volunteer activities around the community could be part of an event like this. When I talked to Director Long about this, he suggested that perhaps we approach the San Carlos Together group as taking the lead on this versus the city. And I thought that was a fine idea. I did have a chance prior to today to talk to Tom Davids about that idea. And unfortunately, at the moment, the San Carlos Together group feels they have neither the money or the bandwidth to do that, but they too would not rule out participating in an event like this if someone other than the city and other than their group took the lead. So I think it's an interesting idea. I have talked to Supervisor Groom's staff about this, but I said at this point I'm kind of struggling to find someone in town who's ready to jump on this horse and ride it a bit. But again, it's an interesting idea. I also think that regardless of whether or not San Carlos is a participant in this event, since it is coming up here pretty quickly in April, we shouldn't necessarily rule out the possibility, again, of having these kinds of activities in the community, even if it isn't framed around this particular event. So those are some of my initial impressions. And again, Councilmember Grocott may want to amplify or share some of his thoughts with you as well on this.
Yeah, since Matt, you attended the meeting, taking the lead on this, what are your thoughts there?
Well, first of all, my apologies because I got the letter from Carol Groom and I had meant to, I put it in my sleeve before the council meeting and had meant during council announcements to say, I got this letter, does anybody want to go to this meeting? I didn't think it should just be directed to me. For some reason it came to me, I don't know why. But sans making that announcement at the council meeting, I decided, well, I should go forward and go to the meeting and act as a spokesperson and at least bring back the message, which is what I did. Quite frankly, I sat there during the meeting thinking, I can't believe during these economic times we're talking about a project like this of closing a street and incurring the cost of overtime police and so forth to close the El Camino. And the only thing that came to mind, though, there was that came to mind. There was also, this is a World Health Day event. The idea being to close a street, let people walk on it, and give them the idea of healthy lifestyle. And I thought, that's novel. Woohoo, we walk down El Camino right in the middle of the road. A little bit of fun, but what's the long-term benefit? And so the thought occurred to me, and I brought this up at the meeting. I said, there's a number of these cities who are here today at the meeting who have connection over the freeway to the Bay Trail. But a lot of our residents don't know about the Bay Trail because they just don't know about it. And I thought we had just been over in our council meeting prior to that talking about the Holly Street 101 interchange improvements and trying to improve it with pedestrian and bikeway access. And if you could do that well, then you can get to the Bay Trail. And so my idea was if we close anything, maybe we close Holly Street, in one direction and allow people to go from like the train station parking lot down Holly and get over to the Bay Trail as an event for the day. And now you've introduced people to an asset in the community that they can use every day towards their health, going walking, riding their bike, so forth. Now, maybe we don't want to do that because, again, it still comes down to expense. But if we could do something that did, maybe we use our Facebook or our Twitter or whatever, so it's low-cost advertisement, and we say we're going to do something for the World Health Day, and we're going to maybe meet out at, the hotel there near the Bay Trail or in the Samtrans parking lot or something like that near the airport, and get people together, have it be a community event, and we walk the Bay Trail, have some fun, that kind of thing would be perhaps in spirit with this.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, could be something along those lines. Yes.
And because I went to the first meeting, there's a meeting on the 10th, which is a Wednesday, and I'm willing to go again if you like, or if somebody else wants to go, that's fine. With Carol Groom.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thoughts? Are we doing questions or public comment and talking? Is there public comment?
Anybody would like to speak on this?
All right. I agree with Councilman Grocott. I mean, incurring any expense right now would just be, I don't know. I don't want to tax our police force anymore. Not to say that this isn't an important thing, but we shouldn't be incurring any extra expense. So I'd love to see it kicked out to volunteer groups. If San Carlos Together's not willing to do it, maybe San Carlos Greenwood or someone else. I know they have their bike buddies group. I've ridden with them before. Some sort of group where I agree with Councilman Grocott was saying, maybe we meet over at the airport or maybe we meet at that hotel and we can walk the Bay Trail. I'd be up for that, but I think spending any money is just a little much right now.
Yeah, and again, I can certainly contract the San Carlos Green people to see if that's of interest.
Through the chair, I'm sorry, Brian, I didn't mean to interrupt, but what Mr. Klein just said reminded me. I got an email from one of our BPAC members, Margaret Pye. She's hugely interested in this, and I think Pat Potter. So
there you go.
With San Carlos Green.
Yeah,
So.
could be.
So I'll go jump in here. Usually I wait till the end, but one of the things going on is just trying to retain and protect our heritage of hometown days and summer concerts and Chickens Ball. It's going to be tough next year just to kind of keep a lot of the stuff good going. And so to add something new, I'd rather try to protect some of the old. However, is there any flexibility? I think the hometown days, is there any chance, this is April, they're looking at a date? I mean, is there some flexibility to say, well, we're going to do ours in May, which I believe is May 22nd weekend. They do have a fun run. Maybe we could incorporate, after the fun run, a bike to the Bay. I think the Bay Trail is an excellent idea, but incorporate it with an event that already has the mass of attention and advertising and people, and just as an add-on to a very successful event that we already have. Are they flexible with timing on that?
They definitely wanted to do something in April that's in concert with World Health Day, which is April 11th.
11th, yeah.
Now, another thought that came to mind, for a couple years running, we had the mayor's family fun ride. Now, we closed streets in San Carlos to do that. That was for Katrina to give support. And then we did it, we talked about...
Bike ride, that was biking.
Yeah, bicycle ride through town. And I think Mayor Lewis did it as well, and then I think it kind of went by the wayside. But, that would be another option, is just, Mayor's Family Fun Ride on April 8th, and we don't close streets in San Carlos in fact, we didn't close any streets for that. We just had police escort to help us out at certain intersections. We had volunteers at intersections, and you could do something like that, I suppose.
Is there a way to start on the other side of the freeway?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the airport.
At the airport? Because I just,
You could
crossing the freeway.
Or you could start at the airport.
Eventually it'll be nice, but...
And just do the bike trail out there on the Bay Trail. It doesn't have to be through... The Mayor's Family Fun Ride does not have to be in and around San Carlos. Just some ideas. So all I need is, if you want me to go, or anybody, maybe Andy wants to go to the meeting with Carol Groom, I don't know, but I'm not trying to volunteer you, but...
I'm busy on the 10th, but thank
Okay,
you.
so I will go, but I need some direction from council on what to say. What are we willing to do, if anything? And, and they're going to continue with some planning meetings and so forth.
Sounds like we could do a what's it called, Bay Trail, bicycle, that side of the freeway, and an
So I can
event,
go
and
with
we
that.
get a couple events closed, but, a couple organizations helping out.
All right.
Right, yeah, and again, we could certainly contract San Carlos Green, and perhaps they could be the lead rather than the city, and then we wouldn't have the cost issue.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I will go with that message.
Do we need to
Thank
move
you.
with that, or we're good?
I think just
No,
consent.
information.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so going back to the consent calendar, we have D and E, that's 8. D and E. Matt, you want to take the lead on that? No.
Before we do that, I
Grocott?
move to extend the meeting until 11:45.
Second.
Second?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, let's go.
No.
We got too much time. Let's move. Mr. Grocott, on 8D.
Well, I pulled these because I wanted to hear the staff's report on this, and primarily, Mr. Royce, I know the consent calendar is routine items, but to me, spending $40,000 and this other item on ERAF, it's not so routine.
Can we get someone from staff give us a summary here?
Guy, would you like to talk about or Doug? About the 40,000?
Or anybody?
Please.
Yeah, Mr. Wallace, the park superintendent, here to help out with this. But just generally speaking, we have a power supply problem in the building where power is distributed unevenly at times during power outages, and it creates a problem where it shuts down servers and telephone services. And it's getting to be a critical problem where we will lose data or there is time lost in restarting some of the services. Moreover, we cannot. Right now, we have a large generator that has to be manually started, and we want to be able to utilize a smaller generator as a backup, and that could be hooked directly to this power source. So it's just kind of a cleanup of power energy that currently exists in this building. And this building was built in 1969, which, as you know, almost predates electric typewriters. So there's just an upgrade to try to move into a higher use of electrical devices to manage our information.
In this 40, there's not been an RFP or an RF or anything like that?
No,
at this
not yet.
point?
We're just
Right.
asking that the money be set aside, that the contract or an RFP may indeed be lower than that.
Okay.
So we just need the money appropriated so we can have it set aside. It was not part of the budget process.
And Mr. Royce, something I had mentioned at one time before at a council meeting, and it was agreed that we would use this process, and it's not here, and I just noticed it, is under fiscal implications to say appropriate $40,000 from what fund, and after appropriating that, how much is left in that fund? Show me the little piece of the checkbook so I can know we're taking it out of this checkbook fund. We got this much in there now. You take this out. Even if it's, a lot of times it'll say it's in the budget. Well, that's great.
Okay.
But
That's a good point for the future, but do you know the information, Mr. Long, on this right now, where this is coming from?
It's coming from the general fund unappropriated fund balance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, can we go to AD and approve them both at the same time?
Sure.
Yeah, let's go to AD. Mr. Gurkott, and give questions on that? Again, you want staff to give a quick summary?
I had a question on this one
Okay.
also. So, yeah, if someone's here to give a little bit of a overview on this, would be great. But there is a line in here under fiscal implications that says, I'll just read it. The recommended action has no fiscal impact. However, the agency is obligated, I guess the agency being the RDA, right? So the agency is obligated to fund $1.6 million to CRAF by May 10th, unless pending litigation succeeds in overturning state legislation that created the obligation. And I wanted to know is there any probability out there on that? And sometimes we get involved as a city or the League of Cities to push for legislation. Are we following this, doing anything about this, writing letters? Is the mayor writing a letter to push on this legislation? What are we doing about it, if anything?
The litigation, there's actually a hearing that started on Friday, this past Friday. We expect.
What's litigation? It's not a
right.
Okay, not legislation. I
To
misread that.
overturn
Yeah.
the AB 26 that created the obligation. Similar to the 2 years ago when the state did the same thing, the CRA was successful in their lawsuit in overturning it.
Okay.
So we're hoping that the facts are a little bit different, but we're hoping that the judge would see it the same way, and we won't have to make the payment. In the previous lawsuit, there was a temporary injunction on the payment. So even though the matter was still continuing in the court, we didn't have to make the payment until it was resolved, and it was ultimately resolved in our favor. So that's the hope, and we should know that within a month or two.
And when you
before the May payment is due.
So when you say no fiscal impact, you mean no fiscal impact?
This action is just to authorize sending a letter to the county saying that we will make the payment.
Then it becomes a fiscal impact. When we make the payment.
Sending the letter is not the
but
impact.
okay. Sounds like we've got no choice.
And we don't.
Okay, can I hear a motion on D and E, 8D and E?
I'd like to make a motion to approve items 8D and 8E on the consent calendar, please.
Second.
Councilmember Mod?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Mayor Royce?
Yes. The last item before adjournment is public comment on items not on tonight's agenda. I do have some speaker slip, but I will just ask in the audience if there's anybody out there that would like to speak. Oh, staff.
Move to
Hearing
adjourn.
none. Closed.
Meeting adjourned.
Send a rain check.